Good afternoon and welcome to the regular board. And we're going to call the meeting to order at 5:02. And then Trustee Martinez. Here. Trustee Christ. Here. Trustee O'Connor. Here. And I'm here. All are present. Do we have any public comment for closed session? No public comments. Okay, thank you. And so I need a motion to adjourn to closed session. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we can Holding the meeting back to order at 6:18 p.m. for open session. Can someone lead us in a flag salute?
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Item 7 is community and student staff recognition. Superintendent Sanchez?
Yes. So good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Hollister School District Board meeting for tonight. We have 2 sets of recognitions that we will get started with. If we can go to the next slide. We have a Community Hero Award presented by Patricia Martinez, Coordinator of Community Schools and Migrant Education Services in the program. So we could go to the next slide. And this is what she will be talking about. It's a lot of words, but I wanted you to be able to capture it. So go ahead, Patricia.
Thank you. I speak really fast. It's a lot of words. Over 5 years ago, at Rancho San Justo, a group of caring adults built close relationships with students and became aware of their struggles with food insecurity. Students were finding it difficult to make a snack or meal at home after school. The nutrition services staff at Rancho took the initiative to implement a student food pantry. They collaborated with the community food bank and picked up food for Rancho students. They sometimes paid for essentials out of their own pocket. This student pantry provides access to nutritious food while allowing students to choose their own snacks and ingredients for easy yet healthy meals. The pantry serves over 150 students each week. The food pantry has inspired healthy habits and responsibility, which can help students be more successful in school. We know that when students get the food they need, they feel better, perform better in school, and have fewer behavioral problems. We recognize you, Rancho San Justo Middle School Student Nutrition Team, for all your efforts in feeding our students and helping us build a sense of community. Maria Molinar and Gina Allen, congratulations. You are true community heroes.
Do you want to line up? Yeah.
Let's give them all another round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
But they're in here. They're not there. Okay. We can go to the next. Yep, thank you. So the next recognitions we will read on behalf of our Ladling principal, Principal Ostoya. Her staff is watching from home tonight, so I know that she has a little something special planned for them tomorrow. And we're going to move forward. The next slide, please. So her first recipient that she'd like to honor is Lorena Cervantes. She is an occupational therapist. Mrs. Cervantes establishes exceptional connections with students, demonstrating a meticulous approach to individualized education programs, IEPs, and fostering effective communication with families. Her expertise in explaining the motor and sensory requirements of their children is commendable. With a deep love for her work and a genuine passion for it, she proves to be an amiable collaborator, effortlessly building positive relationships with all. Notably, her perpetually cheerful demeanor never fails to brighten the atmosphere. So we want to thank Lorena for her service to the students at Ladling. Another, Mrs. Correa, 4th grade superstar at Lad Lane. Mrs. Correa is an exceptional educator, adept at fostering a constructive connection with her students, demonstrating a strong sense of teamwork. She readily offers her support, whether it's covering a class for a colleague or participating in an individualized education program IEP meeting. The Lad Lane team has full confidence in Mrs. Correa's ability, and we deeply appreciate her consistent dedication. So thank you, Mrs. Correa. Thank you. And we have one last recognition tonight. Ashley Adams, campus monitor. Miss Ashley possesses a versatile skill set capable of handling a diverse range of responsibilities. We rely on her extensively for various school-related duties. Beyond simply overseeing the campus, she has cultivated meaningful bonds with both students and families at Lad Lane, going above and beyond her designated role. So we want to thank everybody tonight for their contribution to the school site and to the students. Thank you so much.
Okay, the next item is closed session announcements, and there are no announcements for tonight's closed session. Item 9 is to approve the agenda, and there has been a request that we move item 15E ahead right before 15A, and I would need a motion for this.
I make a motion that we approve the agenda with the move of 15E to the front of the line as it is
As a
proposed by
discussion.
President. Yes.
Yes, okay, great, and a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and we need a roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Yes.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
And Trustee Marks is an aye. Thank you. So the agenda will be adopted that way. Item 10 is public comments.
Okay, we do have some public comments, and members of the audience are invited to address the board on any subject on tonight's agenda when that item is being addressed. During regular board meetings, the public may also speak to the board on subjects not on tonight's agenda during the public comments. To help the board conduct their meeting efficiently, the board asks that if you wish to comment on the board tonight, you complete a speaker's card, present the card to the board clerk prior to the item being discussed by the board, and wait to be called upon to speak. Come to the podium and state your name. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 15 minutes. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional speakers speak only if they have something new to add. So, starting will be Bianca Esparza.
Hi, I'm Bianca Esparza. I am a mom of 4 kids. The only reason I'm here is because I know there's been a lot of problems, and all I'm asking is for new training to be provided to a lot of the employees that encounter kids that have disabilities or disorders. And I feel that if everyone is able to get new training, they will have a better understanding on these disabilities and disorders, and we wouldn't have that many problems that are rising, I feel, recently. And I know that I was told that they had a training with capturing kids' hearts, but I feel that that doesn't have to do with anything on disabilities and disorders, especially with kids with IEPs. And I feel that a lot of the kids with IEPs are struggling, and a lot of these kids are falling through the cracks, especially getting suspended or expelled due to the lack of knowledge and understanding of their disabilities, right? And so I'm just asking if we could retrain a lot of these people, especially administrators and superintendents, so they could better address and understand the parents' concerns and actually give us feedback on everything that they are going through, because as a parent, we need understanding, and we're not getting information when we're asking for information, especially when our kids are struggling. So that's pretty much it. I know I'm gonna be back soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Jose Munoz.
Hello, I'm Jose Munoz. Good evening, President Marks, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Sanchez. I'll be guiding a little high. My name is Jose Munoz, lead custodian at Rancho Santana. I've been with the district 27 years. I come before the board to advocate for custodial support. Currently, our schools are in need of a third custodian to help keep our schools clean and sanitized. A normal day for a custodian consists of a rotation schedule. We have 3 to 4 rotation schedules depending on the school, meaning a classroom will not be vacuumed or wiped down every evening as we've done before. If a classroom is on an A rotation schedule, it will be cleaned Mondays and Thursdays or Mondays and Wednesdays, depending on the schedule. Student events, sports, and or community events at our schools heavily impact our workload. Don't get us wrong, we love it when students, parents, and community members come to school functions. We are excited to hear that the events are a success, but the cleanup left behind heavy weighs on the one-night custodian. The after-school programs tripled in numbers. Before the program had 30 to 40 students, now has 90 to 100. The school square footage has not changed since the layoffs of 9 custodians. We still clean classrooms that are not assigned because the staff members use them for different reasons. To help students to have meetings are a couple of reasons or examples. Every part of the school is still being used, but we don't have extra custodians. I did see on the agenda that new classrooms are coming to 3 school sites. That is added work. Please consider in rehiring more custodians. Our school students, staff, and community deserve a clean and safe learning environment. Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker is Gwen Bacquarin.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Sanchez, and good evening to our school community members joining us for tonight. I'm Gwen Bacquarin, Assistant Superintendent of San Benito County Office of Education. It's good to be back and share great news about the services and supports that we provide on behalf of our educational services team. All our workshop offerings and technical assistance are outlined in our professional learning catalog. It's posted online. And all of the services that we provide are also in alignment with state priorities, LCAP, MTSS, system-wide practices that address the needs of all students, including our students with disabilities, at-promise students, to address the needs of their mental health, behavior, social, emotional, and also academic support. So we are happy to provide you with, with the support to ensure the success of all the students that you serve within the school district.
Sharing the same 3-minute period here. My name is Amber Lister. I am the Director of Prevention and Intervention for the County Office of Education. This year we are providing an interconnected framework series on PBIS in creating and implementing positive behavior interventions and supports with social emotional learning integration to improve school climate and safety. We will launch our social emotional learning series open to all staff and administrators in the county, focusing on connecting restorative practices, mental health supports, trauma-informed practices, and social emotional learning for both students and adults. This intentional alignment of transformative initiatives is made possible through the SEL-COP grant extended to school districts, including Hollister School District, that will be discussed tonight. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Pam Little.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Sanchez. When I worked at this office right down the hall, I had a sign in my office that read, "In God We Trust, all others big data." Check out the Accelerated Achievement Academy website to see the data that shows why this school earned its place among the top-ranked schools in California and the nation. When the Accelerated Achievement Academy started, I was the principal at Cerro Vista. After several of our students left Cerro Vista to join AAA, we saw an unexpected and surprising benefit. We saw a new group of students rise to the top and take their place. This change was good for more students than just those at AAA. In response to the many students who were leaving our schools for out-of-district choices, our district started our 2 schools of choice, HCLA and AAA. Everybody knows that. Both schools have grown in numbers of students since inception, though AAA's growth has been stymied by lack of space. K-8 HCLA was given their own school. 4-8 AAA, however, realizes the gift it has been given by being partnered with Calaveras and their wonderful team. This arrangement has been good for the school in so many ways, and you can read about it on the website. But one thing that is notable is the ability to serve more of the socioeconomically disadvantaged students in the neighborhood who need a school within walking distance. In fact, there's a large percentage of students accepted from Calaveras into AAA each year. The lack of space has forced AAA to drop 4th grade, which disappointed many families, including mine and my poor little granddaughter. The school will not be served by moving to available rooms at the middle school campus, as the 4th and 5th graders will be the only ones there, and starting in 4th grade yields higher growth than starting later. I also understand that there are not enough available rooms at one school to meet the 10 classrooms needed for AAA to thrive. We love the partnership with Calaveras. We are asking for portables to be added to the campus so that the AAA can continue to meet the needs of these students who want to push ahead. We are asking for portables as the need is more urgent than the time that it takes to build more permanent buildings. There was a study done recently to add some portables to the site. Is the district moving to put more portables there to meet this need? AAA is one of the best performing elementary schools in California, as documented in U.S. News and World Report, and in the top 1% in the nation, which is why it was named the National Blue Ribbon School. We should be celebrating, supporting, and growing it instead of trying to shrink it. We don't want to have parents exiting our district because of a lack of choice for their 4th to 8th grade accelerated students. If we don't take care of this school, and I'm the messenger here, I know that a successful charter school committee is interested in discussing it. So please get us those portables. The district has $27 million in building money. Please spend a fraction of that on the needed portables. Thank you so much for listening.
Our next speaker is Josh Lopez.
Hello. Good evening. First of all, what she said. Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Sanchez. Last time we saw each other, I think we were here till 1 in the morning. 2? It was 2 in the morning. Yeah, we were hungry for breakfast by that time. But I wanted to start off by thanking you for keeping AAA and Calaveras together. It's essential, like Pam had mentioned, it's essential to the growth of both. They're really a symbiotic, they have a very big symbiotic relationship. And I'm basically here to ask for the same thing Pam had, and that is, we need resources. Like, I'm not even a parent there anymore. My son's in high school, but I'm still involved with the school. I'm still part of the APC. That's how strongly I believe in it. It's a beautiful thing. It's amazing education our son got there. And I remember at the last meeting, there was something that Trustee Grist had said kind of off the cuff, and I appreciated it. He said, kind of winked at us and said, you'll get your portables. And that stuck with me. And basically, that's all we're asking for tonight is keep good on that and prevent the deterioration of that institution. And most of all, let's ensure that down the road we don't have to visit that subject again and be here till 2 in the morning. So I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Mesa.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Sanchez. As Josh had mentioned, last spring, our marathon meeting that lasted into the wee hours of the morning, the school board had voted in favor of keeping AAA at the current site along with Calaveras. And I'm here tonight to follow up and to let the board know that the parents and the students of AAA are anxiously awaiting updates about our future. As you know, Cal and AAA are the oldest, or is the oldest school in the district that has had no updates and improvements with the exception of the adding of the air conditioning. And last spring, after the decision was made to keep everything status quo, we were thrilled to have several board members visit our campus, and it was exciting to see the facilities department surveying and measuring. It appeared that things were moving forward. However, we're now 10 weeks into the school year, and it seems as though once again, Cal and AAA have been put on the back burner. The Hollister School District is basically a district of choice, allowing families to choose a school that their child attends based on the individual needs of that child. This is a brilliant idea. And as a retired educator from a neighboring district, Hollister offers something that's refreshing and progressive with this concept. Each school offers its own unique strengths, allowing families the opportunity to partner with the school and the district for a richer educational experience. And one concern that I share with fellow AAA parents is that unless we continue with this progressive idea, parents may choose to take their children elsewhere for that highly targeted academic program. AAA is an extraordinary learning community, deeply committed to a program which challenges and guides its students to excel academically. That is not because AAA is full of the highest achieving students. The outcomes are a result of teachers using best practices in their instruction, students that are committed to learning at accelerated levels, a school community that fosters expectations of excellence, and families that offer their never-ending support. Many may not know this, but just last month, U.S. News & World Report ranked AAA as number 11 on the list of all elementary schools in California. That's quite an achievement. In fact, the next closest Hollister school was ranked at 2,139. Just recently, Dr. Myers presented the district preliminary CASP testing data. That data showed that AAA had 88% of its students proficient or advanced in ELA and nearly 81% proficient or advanced in math. Again, quite impressive. I think that you would agree. And in comparison, according to the most recent Smarter Balance CASP website data, 35% of the students in the district were proficient or advanced in ELA, 24% in math. So my question is, why has the district not celebrated this amazing achievement? I searched back through the district posts on Parent Square and found many examples of acknowledgement by the district. In September, Sierra Vista celebrated playground upgrades. In May, school leaders from throughout the nation visited R.O. Hardin to see its amazing literacy program. The Hollister School District staff made and installed railings at Rancho San Justo. These are just a few. All of these are fantastic achievements that should be celebrated. However, I raise my question again. Why hasn't the district celebrated the achievement of the academy? In fact, I searched back in Parent Square, and the last acknowledgement of AAA's achievements were in October of 2021, 2 years ago. In the October 2021 Parent Square message, it was stated that the district was looking to expand AAA to 2 classrooms per grade level, with 8th grade being the final piece of that transition. The AAA community truly believes that the 4th through 8th grade program is worth fighting for. Growing the program allows more students and families from across the district the opportunity to participate in this distinguished academic program. The parents and community of AAA look forward to attending future board meetings this year to share with you the numerous ways in which, as an educational community, we can applaud a job well done and share what we know in order to contribute to the success of anyone who is willing to listen.
Thank you. Our next speakers, Fatima Briones.
Hello, good evening. I'm back here again. I'm also, my name is Fatima Brenes, and I have 2 students in the Hollister School District, one in Calaveras for kindergarten and a AAA in 6th grade. My AAA student has excelled a lot in AAA, and just like everybody said, the time that he was coming 4th grade, we were waitlist because of the pandemic happened. So we chose Hollister School District because it was ranked high in volume in school district. We moved from San Francisco to move to Hollister. So we chose Hollister because of the academic that the school had. He was waitlisted. He was pretty sad, but being there, we met Calaveras, Mr. Woods. Fantastic principal. Next year, 5th grade, he got into AAA. And he has excelled ever since day one. And that's why we came here last year, because we heard it might be moving to another school. And the APC, we were here last year, and you guys voted to give us those portables. I felt that we had been put in the back burner. You guys promised the portables last year to keep our school in there. So why hasn't the funding been there for our school? We are bringing high numbers in the grades, And I feel that fourth grade is really essential because that's when it starts. The fourth grade needs to start with Calaveras, a lot of people from Calaveras go to AAA. And the magic that Mr. Woods and Mr. Wilbur have together, it's dynamic. They are preparing them for that middle school, for that triple academic that they have. They work really great together. And so, like I said, if we moved here for that reason, and I'm thinking, okay, if we don't get those portables for next year, like promised, am I gonna be one of the parents to move out of this district? I don't wanna do that, but it's starting to be realistic because we need the funding. Our school is the oldest school in here and we need the funding to keep it going. We want that pre-COVID 4th grade through 8th grade because it established that environment for our kids to be there. Like I said, I have a kid in Calaveras and AAA. Yes, is it convenient for me as a parent? Of course it is, because I go from one school to another. But there's other parents as well that have 2 kids in one school that are trying to transition from Calaveras to AAA. So all I just still want is to break that bond. The 2 principals work great together. I've asked Mr. Wilbur, what's going on? We were here last year, they spoke here, and you guys said we will keep AAA and Calaveras together. So what is the status? Please put it on the agenda to get the affordable and the funding that we desperately need for our students. Because if not, I really feel that many parents will move from the district and we will lose funding that way. We get funding by our students. Our students are the future of Hollis School District. So please keep that going for us. Give us the portables. Give us the funding that we need. Thank you.
That's the end of the public.
Thank you. Thank you, all the speakers. We're now entering our reports. Report 11A is on teacher support programs. And Emma Beltry be our speaker.
Share this with you? Okay. Get started. Thank you. Okay.
We're having trouble passing out our papers, too. Hang on.
No problem. I think I'll pass it. No worries. Alrighty. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Sanchez. It is my privilege and pleasure to share a portion of what we've been doing, what we've been up to in Ed Services to support teachers and students. I'm Emma Beltry, and this is my 30th year in education, and most of which have been here in Hollister School District as a teacher, a parent, a teacher coach, a middle school administrator, and now Ed Services coordinator. Let's see. Okay. And I'm still here in Hollister School District because it's a great place to be. Our goal is to create a culture of support and empowerment for teachers. We know that teacher success equals student success. And tonight I'm excited to share with you some of the initiatives and frameworks in place to support teachers in the classroom. Induction. Induction is a 2-year program. It's designed for new teachers who've completed the credential program and have a preliminary credential. They are assigned a coach or a mentor, we call them, to guide them through the inquiry process and goal setting. And this program is a requirement of the state, and it's offered at no cost to our new teachers. And support is my role. So I just had my first mentor meetup with our coaches from our district, and it gave me a chance to listen to them. Our induction mentors talked about what they were working on with their teachers, and they collaborated with one another and asked questions. And I was able to share with them some of the supports that I'll be talking about tonight. Our next meetup is November 6th. New teacher support. I am very excited to announce that our new educator support teacher, or NEST, will be posted very soon for teachers to apply. Teachers are helpful and collaborative by nature, and this program honors that. An experienced teacher will be given the opportunity to share their knowledge and know-how with our long-term subs, our short-term staff permits, our intern teachers, those who are not eligible for induction. New teachers, in turn, will gain knowledge, skills, confidence, and encouragement in their new role, having the support of their person at their site. We are also excited to provide our new teachers with Avanti, an on-demand professional development with over 500 videos of teachers demonstrating best teaching practices. And this could be done independently, it could be done with their support person or their induction coach. In addition to Nest and Avanti, in August, we started a Google Classroom just for new teachers. All new hires, long-term subs, etc. have been invited. It has resources on district dates, policies, and classroom management. It includes our month at a glance. It's a one-pager with important dates that are coming up, things that they should be working on, things that they should be building on, and planning. And wait, there's more. Our new Navigating the Day-to-Day Challenges of the Classroom series begins on October 30th. This professional development is geared towards our long-term subs, our day-to-day subs, any new teacher who needs support. And finally, check-ins. They are informal drop-ins that we will have in November. We'll start those in November. I want to make sure that our new hires know who we are and that they know us and we know them. We want them to feel supported because Hollister School District is a great place to be. Back one, let's see, AVID, there we go. So one of our frameworks that we also have in place is AVID. You may be familiar with AVID. It's Advancement Through Individual Determination, and it's a college and career readiness framework. In addition to elective classes for our middle school students, AVID is changing with the times. They are moving to more of a school-wide model. And so these strategies are to ensure that equity and access to college and career readiness are available to all students. So at the district level, we are looking how AVID complements our district initiatives that are already in place. And now that AVID teams are in place at sites, that is my goal, is to meet with the new AVID team so we can look at site goals and district goals and align those. And as we build our college and career readiness culture in our district, we are encouraging all of our sites, including our district office, to wear their college shirts on Wednesday. So go College Wednesdays, we're hoping for those. The picture here that you see is some of our schools. We had Mays, we had Rancho San Justo, Rancho Santana, HDLA, at the Summer Institute. So these teams took time out of their summer to attend the Summer Institute in San Diego. And then there's a link there for the College and Career Readiness. It's a one-pager. It's very interesting to look at. So I'm really excited. AVID, of course, is now, like I said, they've changed with the times. And so as we have an AVID membership, we are an AVID district. So that's really exciting. Another framework we have in place is Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports, or we call it PBIS. It's a positive-based framework, and it's based on data and evidence. It is a tiered support. It's tiered support for supporting behaviors in academics, social, emotional, and mental health. Our school site teams are created to look at data, to enact changes that lead to student success. And we have some celebrations. In partnership with San Benito County Office of Education, these schools, you can see Rancho Santana, Lad Lane, HDLA, and Sierra Vista, are working together to create a positive school climate through pre-assessing what they have in place and what they need to develop. They are working on behavior expectations, positive reinforcement, and data gathering. And it is with the PBIS and the social emotional learning integration that we hope to improve on our positive behavior and supports, and I know one of our goals is to be recognized through the state with our programs. So you can see Mays and Rancho San Justo, I have examples there of their behavior expectations. The comprehensive middle schools have been participating in this and creating that, working on that framework for a few years now. And let me, one more. And congratulations to Mays Middle School, the Mays Middle School staff for receiving their Gold Implementation Award this year in 2023. So that means that they have their Tier 1, their all-school positive behavior interventions and supports in place, and they have their Tier 2 in place, and that's for some students. And it's up to, you have to be at 80% fidelity. So through their data gathering and surveying and looking at the local data, they earned the Gold Implementation Award, which is really exciting. So, like I mentioned, Hollister School District is a great place to be. And by building capacity at the school sites, by implementing frameworks that support our students academically, behaviorally, and social and emotionally, we will, like our district vision states, create an environment that inspires and empowers students to become critical thinkers and lifelong learners in a safe, respectful, and diverse climate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I just simply, is this on? Since we had so many people here from AAA, you know, last year there were a lot of negative remarks about Mays that was made. And I hope that they understand that Mays is an excellent school and that they've done so well.
Right.
And it's important to know that Mays Middle School, to have the gold standard here, the students are tremendous. And they've also done well with their scoring,
Right.
in their academic scoring. So I just wanted to point that out since they pointed out many things to us. That Mays is an excellent school.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes.
For me, moving forward is data. So comprised of, you know, your intervention supports. What does that look like, and how many kids are actually participating in the Tier 1, the Tier 2, so that we can track that data to know whether or not, you know, these programs are effective for our students.
Yeah, great question. Yes, and that is part of the framework, and part of our, the schools and PBIS, they do a tiered fidelity index. It's a pre-assessment that they look at data at the beginning of the year before how many systems do they have in place. For example, how are your Tier 1s are for every student. And so it's that positive behavior, that positive reinforcement that we're looking at. Do the students know behavior expectations? Do they know what is expected of them in each area? Are teachers using positive reinforcement? And how do we know that? And so looking at suspensions and office referrals and those types of things is a part of the team. And the team is comprised of teachers, administrators, we have a parent on there, we have a student on there that we look at data. And then our Tier 2 team looks at those students that need that additional support. So it's a smaller number of students, of course, and those interventions could be a check in, check out. So those students would have a daily sheet that they check in with each teacher. They have a goal that they set. They get points for each period, and then at the end of the day, they go back. They have their person that they check in the morning with, and they check in the afternoon with, and they discuss that sheet. So we've had great success with that. Also, just parent involvement, parent conferences, parent phone calls, those types of things. So that is all data that is talked about. It's reviewed in our Tier 1 and Tier 2 meetings. So it's very data driven.
Okay, but will that data, because again, going back to interventions and supports, it's to give the board an idea whether these programs are working with the fidelity that you're saying they're being implemented across the board to reduce suspensions or expulsions, especially for our at-risk students, you know, and our special ed students, making sure that we're applying this across the board to all students.
Yes.
And so, you know, we have the SEL programs out there for wellness. So, you know, just different pieces, but all working together.
Yes.
So that would be nice, I think, to share with the board once we start collecting that data, what that looks like as we're going throughout the year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
That's what it's meant to do, all work together. Yes.
Emma, I have, oh, go ahead. How many teachers do you have in induction right now?
At the moment, we have, I believe, there's probably like 18 teachers in induction. Yeah, so a lot of special ed teachers that we have, so yeah, really exciting.
So I think one of the most important things here is a mentor teacher. It takes a lot, and it's such an honor to be a mentor for any group, our classified, our certificated. To be a mentor to somebody else, I think is a wonderful thing to do. Do they volunteer?
That's a great question. With the NEST program, is that what you're
Yes,
speaking of? Yes. So that was our purpose, to honor our teachers with that experience and know-how, to be able to share that with a new teacher. But we also want to honor their time. So it is a stipend position, and so it is not as detail-oriented as maybe an induction mentor that needs to have a certain amount of time and there's items that need to be completed. This is more of that, that one, you know, I'm going to check in with you, I'm going to send you an email, maybe we can text, do you need any help, that type of person for them. So we just want them to be that person for them that they can go to if they have any questions, but still honor their time with it, because it's a lot.
Yes, I do realize they get a stipend, but do they themselves volunteer, or do you assign a teacher for them? Do you ask a specific teacher?
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, it's going to be flown as a position, so it depends on how many applicants we get. Ideally, we'd love to have one person per site. And actually, some sites have more, I think Rancho has maybe 5 teachers that would be eligible, so we probably want 2 teachers at that site. So we don't want them to have more than 3 teachers that they're mentoring.
That's great. It's a great program.
Yeah, we're excited about it. Thank you.
It'll help us retain subs.
And that is our goal. We want to retain subs. We want to build capacity at the site so that we're fully staffed. And we want them to feel supported. Yeah.
Well, I want to congratulate Maze on their achievement. And this program looks really comprehensive and well planned. And I'm looking forward to hearing the movement that we make from now until, let's say, this time next year.
Absolutely.
And thank you for presenting.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. 11C is a report on an extended learning opportunity program. Stacy, but
11B, report on.
oh, I am sorry, skipped. 11B is the report on Hollister's School District Community Schools.
I was kind of hoping Stacy was next.
Sorry, I'm getting used to this.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Sanchez, and Hollister Educational Community. I'm Patricia Martinez, Community Schools Coordinator for Hollister School District. I'm so honored to present an update on our community school strategy for excellence and equity. Community schools are schools that provide services and support that fit each school's needs and are run by the people that know our children the best, the school staff, families, and their community. It's always a click. Okay. Last year, our work revolved around gathering input to set goals and write the school plans and the grant application. We created community school council meetings and engaged in some partnership activities like the dental screenings that you see there. Earlier this year, we found out that we were rewarded a grant of $7.1 million for Calaveras, Oro Hardin, Sunny Slope, Rancho San Justo, and Mays, way above the amount that we had applied for. And that applause is really for all of those who served on the community school councils and provided their input and guidance to write that grant. So I thank all the administrators, the certificate and classified staff, focus groups, the student focus groups, and our families that came together, and also our community partners that added their input. So thank you so much. This year, our biggest goal is to engage and re-engage students and families, bringing students, staff, and families to the heart of decision-making through the continuation of that input cycle, community school council meetings, partner collaborations like community agencies and partnerships, and departments around the city, and also the alignment of other district and community initiatives. The community schools approach really revolves around these 4 pillars. I'm really pressing the same button. There we go, one more. And I practiced today, guys. Imagine if I hadn't. The community schools approach uses those 4 pillars, and there are some infographics on the 4 pillars, and I wanted to share those with you. The 4 pillars of practice for community schools include the integrated student supports and restorative justice, expanded enriched learning time and opportunities that are based upon cultural relevance of the families, family and community engagement, and collaborative leadership and practices. Those 4 pillars really make a school a community school. Okay, there we go. Under the first pillar, integrated student supports and restorative justice, liaisons will be available to assist families at community schools with any family need. The health plan for community schools is going to include dental screenings, dental referrals, nutrition education presentations, and we are adding also a strand for mental health. Case management of Tier 1 students who are in need of attendance support. So those liaisons will be analyzing data for those first 2 months of school and taking a look at some of those Tier 1 students that are already becoming absent maybe 5 to 10% of those months, and we're going to offer their families and students supports. We also are going to collaborate with the SEL team from Hollister School District for RJ Circles, for training of our staff and of our community school staff, and also of some students. And we're already helping to support the existing food pantry that exists at Rancho, and we're going to support the opening of the food pantry at Mays. And we're supporting the clothing closet that currently exists at Mays, and then we're going to open a clothing closet at Rancho San Justo Middle School. And at both of the schools, they are in the beginnings of planning for wellness centers and wellness corners within classrooms, so we're also going to support them in those areas. The outcomes that we have planned for Pillar 1 will include an increase in parent engagement, a reduction in the dental decay rate for that targeted cohort. So we started with 2nd grade last year, and now we're going to provide screenings for all 3rd graders in the district, a reduction of student absences due to that one-on-one case management of families and students, and increased student involvement in the schools for all students, but especially for students with disabilities, EL students, foster youth, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students. And we also want to see an increase in the participation of students in those pantries, in the clothing closets, and in the SEL services for the schools. Under Pillar 2, it is the expanded enriched learning time. So we would like to support the noontime activities, the library safe spaces, push in social skills supports. So we have a lot of TKs and K students who have behaviors that are impeding their academics. So we are going to help provide some social skills groups for students who may not have had prior schooling experiences before TK and K. And we're also going to provide staff equity book clubs at the middle schools, and that will be compensated for the staff who want to attend. We will encourage sports and excursion opportunities for all students, and also encourage the college-going activities. Our outcomes, some of our outcomes for, thank you, Brandon. Some of the outcomes for the second pillar are an increase in activities available to students at noontime. So we purchased basketballs, we purchased trikes, art supplies, games, and then we're going to also provide circles for students during lunch. And we are hoping to have a reduction of disciplinary incidences at lunchtime and an increase in social skills attainment for those TK students. And it's especially important, again, for those students who have a disability, who are English language learners, who are foster youth, and who are socially, economically disadvantaged. We also want to have an increased student awareness of local college options, such as Gavilan College, and I've sat with our director of our local campus, and we're going to implement a Junior Rams Club, and also I have proposed that we use their campus on Saturdays, and then also have a college day towards the end of the year for our families to, and some of those students who can realize their dreams by taking an alternative pathway. So to encourage the family and community engagement, we're going to have parent education workshops, technology workshops, attendance awareness parent meetings. For example, there was a parent on my council, one of my elementary schools, that said, I went through school, but I forgot that I had to call in. I forgot that I had to send a note, and all of a sudden I'm getting a letter. So let's help all parents, let's just remind them of things that they can do to help out our attendance at the elementary schools. And I would like to share my parent engagement timeline that runs from now until May. The highlighted activities are actually the activities that are required under the parent engagement policy for Hollister School District, and then the others are just other activities. I just wanted to keep it all on one sheet since I am in charge of migrant. I also have the migrant there. I'm really excited about the Latino Family Literacy Project, or Harden, that is with community schools. But I'm also very, very excited about the Triqui Culture and Customs workshop that will be offered to all staff, and again, compensated. A father would like to share the customs and some of the language to bridge those gaps of understanding for those native speakers, because we do have a large population of native speakers, and there's some gaps in customs and culture. So the outcomes under 3 will be that increased family / caregiver engagement, an increase of family digital literacy with our collaboration with Hollister School District IT department. Thank you very much. And reduction in student absences and an increase in parent leadership, again, for those families that have students that have a disability. They're EL, they might be foster parents, and also for those students of a socioeconomic disadvantaged background. The last pillar for collaborative leadership and practices, we will continue the meetings with community school administrators, with school site councils that include teachers. I met with, casually met with the HESTA representative, and we talked about making sure that there's a teacher, even if it's at 8 o'clock or at 9 o'clock to fit the parent schedule, that we would have a sub or an admin release one of the teachers so they can join, because their input is so important. And that's why we're also going to have chips and chat sessions. We are going to have informational study sessions or information sessions for staff members over some chips and salsa, because everybody needs a snack at the end of the day. And then we're going to have those liaison meetings where I'm going to be, we're all going to be sitting at the table, analyzing that data for attendance and watching the growth or the needs for supports with students or families or even staff. And community and partner meetings. I attend Safe Kids, which is comprised of over 20 agencies and departments around our community. I'm also a member of the Health Committee, Access and Equity for Hollister. So just really aligning our resources, our departments. I met with the nurses and we've talked about the dental screenings and the hearing screenings, and it's just really important that we have everyone at the table to make these decisions. And that includes students with focus groups, presentations at LMS meetings, if they need anything for the clubs at lunchtime, and then also community school information nights. So our next steps, I'm really excited. I hope to invite all of my liaisons once they're all hired. The next steps are staff orientation and training. They are 50% community schools and 50% migrant. So we are starting a digital case management record where we're going to clean up the way that we case manage students and families and make sure that we have the sufficient data so that we can say that we've served every single student. And so we've hired 2 new liaisons. Thank you, HR. I know it's been a challenge to backfill, and we have 2 liaisons in the wings, and they can't wait to get started. We've already, it was baptism by fire last week when we signed up kids to, we're taking 2 buses up to meet Mr. Alpha Jose Hernandez, the astronaut, and we're going to screen his movie. And NASA is also providing they're providing a STEM fair. And then we're also, at the same time, we're also signing up students and families for Small Steps for the holidays, and then working with another donor that's going to give the students and the families, parents as well, they're going to give them a sweatshirt and shoes for the holidays. But the thing I'm most excited about, I know that at my previous district, they kind of used to call me love and data, right? Because we approach it with love, but we also need to have the data. And so I'm most excited about that site attendance data analysis and the way that that interpersonal relationship of the liaisons. I really want to make sure that we track that and that we have data to support that. That makes such a big difference. And the Regional Technical Center for our region, it wants to visit our schools, so we're going to host them next month, and then we'll be going out to different wellness centers and family resource centers so that we are modeling ourselves after really successful models of parent engagement, of student engagement, and that input from staff as well. So those 4 pillars of practice, our community schools really, it kind of sums it up. Community schools provide support and opportunities for engagement and collaboration. So thank you so much for your attention. Do I have any questions? Go ahead.
How do you allocate the 7.1 million? Do you divide the schools by population, how many students they have? How do you divvy it up?
So that was a question that I actually asked our Regional Technical Center, and what the answer was, it's kind of like dividing a pizza among your kids. You know, some of them might want 3 pieces and some of them might want 1 piece, but there are a lot of the whole spirit of community schools is to provide equity, not equality. So I think the beauty of it all was that all the 5 sites, all of their needs fell within the same buckets. So we're going to be able to provide some holdback with some of those initiatives, like with the Latino family or the Parent University, where we can hold back some of the funds to pay for all of that for all of our families. And then we will allocate based on need, because some programs like the Latino Family Project cost way more than, almost like quadruple another program that another school would like to start. And I've been really
Go by need.
So it'll go by need, and then, I'm out there paving the sidewalk. We'll probably have another Community Hero Award for some of our donors, because like all programs, there are restrictions and there are things that are non-allowable to purchase, but there are things that our teachers really need, or that certain schools don't have, but that all the other schools have. And so we want to make sure that if that teachers really need that, that we provide that from our donors, and that's where our community partners come in, and that's why we're going to have like that partner that partner lunch where we bring in and everyone makes different commitments about what they can provide.
Excellent.
And it's a over 5-year span.
Yes,
So
right,
7.1 over 5 years.
Sounds good to me. It's excellent.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So, big question. This is a huge undertaking. And so I'm just curious, we have 5 schools. How does the principal and all of the teachers and all of the staff, because it's a community school, which means they're all a part of, you're one person.
Right.
You cannot be at 5 different schools running the show. So it's giving them basically, the baby of, here you go, here's the inception of getting this off the ground, but it's basically theirs, right? Is what I was trying to figure out, how all of this would be running on a daily basis, because it's not just liaisons that need to work at doing this, it's everybody, right? That works on campus, knowing where services are being offered, and for a teacher or classified, knowing that we have this available or that available to navigate students or parents to the right person or place, right? So that's it. Because we are doing a lot. There's so many wraparound services now that I think we have had to provide our students with the SEL and everything else, that it's just needed, right? I see this as icing on the cake, adding more to what we have. But it's, how do you then adjust and coordinate it all so that it complements each other, right? So the tiers of support, incorporating like the liaisons, doing case management, is it for all students? Is that like a tier 1 approach, or is it going to be a tier 2 approach? So the collaboration with the SEL on restorative justice, that's pretty specific. And who's going to do that? Are the liaisons going to do that? So it's a lot, I think, being put on. I don't know. I'm just asking, who's going to be doing all of these things? Because it seems to be a lot. The dental screenings, all of the managing a food pantry or the clothing closet or the wellness center, all of that has to be managed, and it takes people to manage it and track it, right, to ensure that it stays viable, right, that we're getting supplies from the community pantry and it's being shelved. All of that takes time. So I don't know if liaisons are enough, and who else is going to help out with this plan?
I think it's a multifaceted approach that has levels. So for example, our coordinator Patricia has been meeting with different groups. For example, the administrators, the teacher group, the classified group, the council, which also includes parents, So student nutrition staff. So there are different pieces that are part of addressing, I think, the question that you have, that's a very good question. It depends on what the activity is. So for example, if we're talking about a dental screening, as a district, we do not have staff that are capacitated as dental hygienists, right? So we will work with public health to bring in their program, and it's a matter of coordinating. That's where Patricia comes in, and that she's the point of contact for community schools, and she makes that bond and that relationship. When it's about organizing and potentially calling the parents, for example, to attend this A Million Miles Away screening in San Jose, which is an awesome opportunity, that would be the liaisons participating, and they're calling because that's part of their job description. With the change of funding that includes our migrant staff being multi-funded now, that opens up the pathway to where they no longer have to work with migrant staff or migrant families only. Now they can work with the whole campus. So it's a matter of looking at each one of the levels and the layers and looking at how are we embedding this? Who is it going to impact? Who do we need to bring on board to help with this? But it's a total team effort. And without it, you're absolutely right. The community school philosophy will fail. So we need the whole school involved. And that's what the planning grant was for, that we received the funding. That allowed Patricia a year and a half, a year's time to figure out, okay, how are we going to get to this point? Now we have 5 years, this is year one, to make sure that we're showing something with what we're planning to do. Great question.
Organizational charts.
Yeah, well, because I mean, it's a big undertaking for one person to be responsible for community schools and the migrant program.
Sure.
Which a lot of it is a lot of support, but it is a lot to manage, just like, you know, liaisons would have to manage now, not just migrant students to case manage. And it's knowing what that looks like, you know, personally, it is a lot.
Yes.
And so I'm worried that we're that we don't have the staff equipped to manage something this size at these many schools, to make sure that it is, you know, like what we want it to be.
Sure.
I don't want us to you know, put things out of reach and not be able to deliver, right? Because all these things are amazing things to be able to provide at each one of our community schools. I don't know how it's going to be done. Valid
curiosity and valid concerns. So we have expanded the number of liaisons that we had prior to the community schools, and I think that as we go with implementation, we have to have times within the timeline where we're checking in. So for example, we check in, Patricia, myself, and Colleen, at least once a month. We have a sit down just for community schools. Where are we at? What did we plan? What have we done? And so we will continue to have those kinds of conversations. And I know that Patricia, you know, our doors are always open to where she can say, I think that we need this. And she has those ideas. And we talk about what would that look like, and going out to the other districts to look at what are the best practices that have implemented the community schools, I think has allowed for Patricia to come back with ideas and just best practice models. We want this to be successful.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes, and Migrant has really given me that successful model. And we're the only district that is actually implementing the liaison model. But we really believe, and we have seen from Migrant, that personal relationship that the liaisons provide is just so valuable.
Well, I think it's really important that as we get out into the community, that we make the parents, you know, say, hey, come to us. If you don't understand, you need clarification, so that there's a two-way dialogue happening, and that it feels inclusive. Because if they feel included in, then it's gonna be a very successful program. We need to have that inclusive
Inclusivity.
Yes, you know what I mean.
Yes, but, and it was, it was kind of, it's the right thing for the right time with all the right people. And our teams at schools were already wanting to teach the whole child. We have teachers who would buy socks for newcomer students when they would come because they didn't have any clothes that they came with. And they were shelling out their own money, and now I can say, you don't have to spend your money, save it, we'll buy the socks, we'll make a newcomer kit for those students. And so it's just, it's a joy to implement those things that even the smallest things make such a huge difference for students and families. And we're actually taking it really slow. I know that, we've wanted to take off and the RTAC has always said, okay, let's do one thing at a time, let's do one thing at a time. So I have a lot of support in terms of planning and, even with my grant, I dream up, but the liaisons are really the people that on the ground who make those ideas a reality and assist our families. And they are really excited to be able to support not only the migrant students, but all those other students, because we have a lot of migrant students that no longer qualify. They're doing better socioeconomically, and they found a house they can rent, and then they don't qualify, and they still need some support. So we're really excited to be able to open that.
Community school can help.
Yes, and I think it's that, what's important is the alignment with all our other programs. Alignment with AVID and alignment with, the ELOP. And how, we won't necessarily provide culturally relevant after school interventions, but maybe we provide an assembly for all those kids that are staying after school, or a field trip.
Well, I think the biggest thing is to bring
Everyone
the
together.
way to get those parents and that dialogue together.
Right.
So that they feel a part of it.
And continuing that input cycle to make sure that it's not just the admin thinking up things or I'm thinking up things
They have a voice.
that the parents really will need that service. Yes.
I like the way that you're working with other donors and other organizations to provide things like the migrant grant. We always needed blankets, and we couldn't buy blankets. But we found that the Amazon Foundation, you just give them a call and they'll be right there. So those partnerships that you're developing is awesome. It really is helpful.
We do really have a caring community, and they all want to help. Yeah, I was at parent pickup one day at Sunny Slope, and this grandfather said, "How much do you need? How much do you want for the, I was asking for money for new teachers, and he's like, okay, here's my business card." And I thought, whoa. So taking that year to plan and making sure all the schools have opened their donation account and, balancing the budget, making sure that, one school isn't getting more than the other school, and then sharing our resources as well. Because as you know, our admin team is amazing, and the success of community schools really does rest on the liaisons, our partnerships with the community, and the input from staff, parents, and kids.
Thank you, Patricia.
Thank
That was
you.
very informative.
Thank you so much.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
I'll take this back, sorry. Is there a way that, now you're speaking about a grandfather who came up and said, I can help you, got me thinking, is there a way that just anybody, I'll say myself, could make a donation that ends up in your program?
Definitely. So we do have donation funds at the schools. That's part of their budget. So on this sheet here, you can call my extension, and then we'll set up a partnership meeting, because I also want to acknowledge you as part of our partnerships.
Well, maybe we should have it on the website.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean,
a little banner.
Yeah, like a little blurb, especially since we're coming up on the holidays.
Right.
And the end of the year, when some people are looking for charitable donations, so.
Right. We'll be having our clothing drive again.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And thank you very much.
No, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, now is 11C, the report on the Extended Learning Opportunity Program, ELOP, and Stacy Benura. Oh, nope. Dr. Myers will be a speaker.
I just couldn't stay away. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Sanchez. I'm filling in for Stacy tonight. The ELOP is near and dear to my heart, so it's just natural for me to step right in and start our presentation. So as of today, we have 732 students enrolled and an active waiting list for our ELOP programs. Every single school site has a program, and parents are reaching out daily to put their students on the wait list, and as they become available, we are pulling students from the wait list. It's an active process. So it is off and running. We are so excited about that. As you know, we have 3 providers this year. We have Youth Alliance, Alevo, and the YMCA. They each have 3 campuses that they're serving. Then we have Cal AAA, Youth Alliance is serving Cal AAA, R.O. Hardin, and Sunny Slope. There's their enrollment numbers right there. Alevo has HDLA, Margaret Mays Middle School, and Rancho San Justo, and there's those enrollments. Then we have YMCA that has Lad Lane, Sarah Vista, and Rancho Santana, our fullest programs there. So as you know, the ELOP is designed to serve the UPP, the English learners, foster youth, and socioeconomically disadvantaged, which does include homeless. And our goal is that every single UPP student that desires to be in the program is entered into the program, and we provide them services as often as we can. So we're working towards a percentage, and the percentages currently of UPP at each site is Cal AAA is at 68% UPP. Sarah Vista is at 38%. HDLA is at 61%. This is hot off the press. So Lad Lane is at 58%. Mays is at 59%. R.O. Hardin is 78%. Rancho San Justo is 48%. Rancho Santana is 48%. And Sunny Slope is 62%. Those percentages are very important for us to track for our ACES campuses. So ACES is the core, the base, the foundation that's been around since Arnold Schwarzenegger was a governor. And so that program is our core at 4 of our sites. And that percentage of UPP is really critical for our funding. So we want to make sure we're monitoring this, and we're really lifting up into reaching those that percentage of 75% at all of those sites. And again, assure ourselves that we're providing this program for who it's intended for, which is the UPP. So what does the program look like? So throughout the afternoon, just like our summer programs, these kids go home tuckered. Throughout the afternoon, these are there are rotations that students transition through. There are going to be additional choices throughout the year. As you'll see, Stacy has quite a phenomenal program designed. So she has outdoor games, there's enrichment time, there's homework time, there's snack time, all of which the program is required to provide. So I'm going off script here, sorry. I just want to make sure I capture everything that she had said. So they'll be adding another option or choice to students. In addition to this, as you remember, we had promised that elevated service to students. So not only are we going to take in your students, we're going to give them a nutritional snack in the afternoon, we're going to help them with their homework, we're going to provide that safe place for them to be, but they're going to be able to do things that they might not be able to do otherwise, whether it's time or money or whatnot. And so we had such great success with Portia
tonight you'll see that we have an MOU with them to provide not 3, but 4 activities throughout the year at every single site. Very excited about that partnership with them. And then we also had success with San Benito Arts Council with their song and dance, and that was in the primary. So she does like nursery rhymes and movement and whatnot. Very cute. That was very popular over the summer as well. So those will be coming in as you see in the board packet. So for outdoor games, they learn new games, they work together with teams. This goes along with the theme unit for the week. There's enrichment time, which is their hands-on activities, working together with their table groups and peers. Homework time, of course, provided a quiet space to work on homework alongside their peers and staff available to support them. We're going to augment that with, they just flew in today, thank you HR. We will have teachers, certificated teachers have the opportunity to apply for an after-school program position, for an hourly position. We have so many teachers, one of which I saw in the audience, that just out of the kindness of their heart and the interest of their personality, they want to provide opportunities for students. And so when you go to different sites and you see them with students and they're providing, whether it's a game like Dungeons and Dragons or a math tutorial, and they're not getting paid. And I thought, this is an excellent opportunity to honor their time and give that opportunity for our students, our target students. So I'm very excited about that, getting that up and going. We're hoping at least 1 per site, maybe up to 3 per site would be great. Teachers have wonderful ideas, so they'll come to us and say, we're open to it being flexible in what they want to provide to students. So one teacher wants to do a STEM club, that's great, that's unique to their interest and to the site interest. One wants to do leadership, that's perfect. So not really, we don't want to restrict the options, so we're really encouraging teachers to be creative and let us honor your time with a timesheet. So we're excited about that. Then we have, of course, snack time. The awesome nutritional department provides a super snack each day to the students on Thursdays. Additional snack items are provided due to the longer time in the program. And students receive popsicles as a cool treat on extra early days. I just saw Stacy yesterday, she was handing out, she's so cute. There's true teacher at heart, taking little gifts to each site with little things all wrapped up and little presents for her ELOP sites. So just amazing. Even though it's on mass scale, she's still out there with her big boxes and handing out treats. So exciting. So we have from the community, we have vendors, we have assemblies, we have field trips, we have clubs, tutoring, and extracurricular. So we talked about how we wanted to build our community and really reach into the community so that we can support not only our students, but our community as well as we offer the dynamic services to students. So our vendors are Forsha. We hope that you'll approve that MOU today. They're going to do visual arts, Beats, Game It, which is a coding, a highly sought after skill that kids are seeking, and Dance in the Spring for approval tonight. They'll rotate every 4 weeks through the sites, so everybody will have an opportunity. These are going to be challenge by choice, so students can say, I'm not a coder, I'm more of a dancer, so I'm going to pass this month or whatnot. So it's never a coerced thing. We want to make sure that students have the option to participate at will. Then we have San Benito Arts Council, the Song and Dance, again up for approval tonight. They'll be rotating every 2 weeks, so they'll focus on a skill for the 2 weeks and then move on. Other interests that Stacy is exploring is the Ha'alua Hawaiian dancing, Taste Buds Kitchen, a cooking class, San Benito Stage Company, which is drama class, and San Benito Robotics Coding with Laser, which we have implemented. Then on top of that, as if it wasn't enough, then we have assemblies. So we've already started those. We have some photos of this month's assembly. October, as you may know, is the Acknowledged Farmers Month. So we had the Catalan family come and do presentations at each school site for the after school, and we brought their produce, and they had talks about that, and then the kids got to take the produce home. So much like ag in the classroom, but on just the after-school scale. So that's very excited. He discussed farming, healthy choices, local agriculture, brought produce and pumpkins for students to take home to their families. Next month is martial arts presentation by Enterprise Academy of Martial Arts, scheduled for November. It will focus on how to be a hero and build self-confidence, and he will do a demonstration. So he's all set for November. Then in the works, there's the BMX assemblies, which are always so fascinating, Native American dancers, explorers with the Sheriff's Department or the Fire Department, and who knows what she's going to schedule next. It's always a surprise. She's always into something. So then we have those intercessions. We have the 30 intercession days that we need to provide during ELOP. Those we're planning for February, that'll break in February, the week in March, and then the rest of June. So those are going to be long days, 9 hours. We have to provide services for our students. And so with field trips, we can do a lot during that time. So she has Hollister Hills scheduled for the February intercession for middle schools to attend on a nature hike. She's also planning Monterey Bay Aquarium, Gilroy Gardens, Pinnacles for others, horseplay in Aromas, Morgan Hill Bowling, Magic Bridge Park, Premier Cinemas, and Spectrum. So very exciting stuff that kids might not otherwise get to experience. Help gives them a safe place to be while mom and dad are at work during that time, and memories for hopefully a lifetime. Then we have clubs. YMCA has incorporated clubs into their program. Students are provided with choices daily on what club they want to attend. So there's that flexibility. Not only are we providing a base program, we've brought in other coordinated activities for them, but then our providers now are diversifying in their services as well. Then we have tutoring. So teachers will work with students after school to provide small group time on areas of need. For example, HTLA teacher worked with a small group of 5th graders on a math lesson that the students struggled with. Again, please let us honor your time and as we hire you for a position. And then in the planning stages, our extracurricular teachers who are paid to do tutoring, intervention, enrichments, clubs, ASB leadership, student council, podcasting, Pokemon, sports, disc golf, you name it, we're on it. So now let's look at the adults in this program. So we first acknowledged when we brought in ELOP to refine and refresh the program that has been running, we immediately wanted to make sure that the safety was ensured. So all adults in the program were brought in for CPR training, first aid training. They have Keenan videos that they need to watch. They had hands-on help with the district nurse. So what do you do in emergencies? That sort of thing. Medication training, nutrition training, training in ARIES, training in IEP at a glance, health plans in active shooter, which is coming up on November 1st. So these were all trainings that we had provided or are going to provide to Hollister staff and or our providers. A shout out to our district nurse, to Anita Seringhouse and the nutrition team. Thank you, Anita and Ann, for their support on these trainings. And then we have individually monthly meetings with each site director from each provider. These monthly meetings are to go over procedures, policy, team building, in collaboration. Anne and her team provide a yummy lunch for everyone at the meeting, and so everybody gets to come together from all 3 providers and share best practices. And the hope is to showcase certain practices that each provider, everybody has their strength, and so that everybody can learn from them, and we can start to provide a more consistent program across the district. Really great positive feedback from all providers that have attended. They really like the opportunity and the time that they get to spend together. And Stacy's organization is phenomenal, if you haven't caught on to that by now. So they really appreciate that she's getting everything in order. And then weekly site visits are done. Stacy visits the sites to check in and see how things are going, any pressing concerns or needs. When meeting with the site coordinator and lead, she'll go through the checklist that she has. She's implemented a checklist, things that are the bare minimum that we need to see every single time so that we know those are being put in place. Our parents actually being their IDs checked before they sign out their student. Our students, using the buddy system to go to the restroom, those sort of things that are really important to get all in line, because now there's accountability. We can ensure that they are being provided, and our students are being provided with a stand-up program. No surprises. All right. So we have one provider that has done parent orientation in the past, and the other two providers are thinking about how they might coordinate this. We've had 3 so far with Youth Alliance. We had September 27th was AAA Cal. Earl Hardin was on the 29th of September, and Sunnyslope was October 4th. It's just an opportunity for families to learn about the providers, learn about the program, ask questions. I didn't go to all of them. I went to some of them, and Stacy did go to all of them so that we were accessible to families if they had questions or concerns. So, upcoming events, what's in the works? So we've got some spirit days planned. We've got the fall harvest, cardboard challenge, YMCA spooktacular after school event, family nights, pumpkin paint night, winter wonders events, vision board bash. These are all in collaboration with our providers. This is, we want to make sure that we're providing them support, that we don't squelch their creativity. There's that flexibility for them to be unique also. So this is in support of that. There's multiple different providers that are providing various services there. And we'll just breeze through some pictures here. We have some outdoor fun, unless that slide got added. There we go. Outdoor fun there of some of our students and some awesome words. Some of those are really small, so I'll read a couple of them out. I enjoy the rotations. I have time to get my homework done and at homework time, says a 4th grader. My favorite is the projects. I recently made a hot air balloons, and one 2nd grader. And these are all, Stacy interviewed these students at different sites. It came right from their mouths. I like coming here. We get to choose what club we want to participate in during enrichment time, said one 3rd grader. I have made new friends, and the coaches listen to me. They will keep our conversation confidential. It's so important, those relationships we're building with students, says that 5th grader. I enjoy the games and projects we do, said a 6th grader. And that's it in a nutshell. Any questions?
Thank you. I have, I guess one is, have we solicited comments from our parents yet about how they feel about the program and what do they would like to see? And then another one that I remember as a kid, they would take us to the symphony. And I know Santa Cruz and Monterey both have symphonies, and that might be an idea for a field trip.
Yep.
That's awesome to
Yes.
hear a symphony.
Yes, absolutely. That reminds me of when I first year of 3rd grade, I took my 3rd graders to Gavilan College for James and the Giant Peach, and one kid said, wow, this is like TV, but in real life. Yeah, okay, so we've never been to theater before. All right, now we enter that into everywhere.
That'd be awesome.
So yes, it's just those ideas that we have like a very long Excel list. And, but yes, feedback we are collecting. That's going out as we get closer to the end of the trimester. We've been in now for, more than 6 weeks, and so feedback surveys are.
And the
going
6
out.
o'clock thing, no big deal now?
No, it's good. Yeah.
Good.
Yep. We do have in the works now, as obviously the time is changing in a couple weeks. So we are going to send out an interest survey to families that signed up for walkers, because we'd really like to have them stay under our care until 6. There are 2 schools in particular that have a large walking population. Those kids have to leave at 4:30. They're only with us maybe for an hour and a half. So we're going to send out an interest survey. And Noelia said she'll drive the van if she has to. And so we'll see if we can coordinate transportation.
That's not safe.
No, nor, I mean, we want to make sure everybody's is safe if we, you know, put them on the bus and they get dropped off at 6, you know, it's dark, so is somebody gonna be there to pick them up?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of details, but we really, that has been a goal, that we want to make sure those students are in a safe place and they have that
I'm
transportation.
just really thrilled with all the different things that you have going for the kids. Awesome. And
Thank you.
over 700 kids.
I know, it's just amazing, 700
Do you know
kids.
what we did last year? How many kids we served?
It was less than, we did not have, we had less than 100, we were right around 60 at every school. So we, now with, you know, an organization of all the funding and planning and budgeting, we were able to say, okay, this is what we want. So in some cases, we doubled, HDLA was over the 100 at first, and then we've been able to whittle that down, and it's been
Yeah, really what's stopping us is capacity, right?
right, physical capacity. So then, as you know, that we have some proposal today, and so that physical capacity could be really remedied if we are able to use our ELOP funds to provide facilities space for those groups. And so very excited about that conversation. So not only do they have their own activities and whatnot, but then they have their own place, their own space. And that's really exciting too. So.
Thank you.
I had a question. When you're talking about the intercession plans and the field trips, it occurred to me, do we have a backup plan for children who don't want to go or can't go, like their parents won't give permission?
Right.
What would happen with them? Where would they be?
So we don't anticipate that, I mean, we would love all 732 to come to intercessions, but we don't anticipate it, but that doesn't mean that we're gonna staff to less than that. So we've honored our MOUs with our providers. So I expect that there will be staff that can stay behind and have activities and whatnot, so that they, you know, they don't get to miss out.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
That's it, thanks for the presentation.
All right, thank you.
Okay, our next report is multilingual and English learner plan, and our speaker is Jennifer Miller, Jennifer Miller.
Look at this smiley face.
Had some hidden things down here.
Did a little writing, huh?
Just a little, yeah, I've been a little busy.
Right.
I also always like to hold the microphone because I feel so, like you can't really hear, and I try to bend over to speak, so I'll wait for Trustee Martinez to come back till I begin. Are you sure?
Yeah, she'll be here real quick.
Okay then. Well then, for the past 8 years, the Hollister School District has been working from the English Language Learner Master Plan created by Lilia Espinosa in 2015. Since 2018, various versions of a revised plan have been passed from one coordinator to another. All the while, we have been following the 2015 plan, and it's carried us through until hopefully now. Trustees of the board and Superintendent Sanchez, I'm Jennifer Miller, the Hollister School District EL Coordinator or Multilingual Learner Coordinator for Ed Services. And this evening I present to you the 2023 Multilingual Learner Master Plan. This is a version of the 2018 draft made current through the collective efforts of various community partners who share a vision that values the unique contributions that multilingual learners bring to Hollister. So tonight I will share, let's go back here. You're right, this clicker is a little, okay. Tonight I will share the foundations of the work, give you a brief overview of the plan and its sections, and then answer some questions and request for approval. And I did believe that tonight would be the night that we had the plan approved, but it seems that it might need to wait until the next meeting. And so I made this presentation with the assumption that that would be happening tonight, but that's okay. we'll just go ahead and give you some time to review it before that happens. So, the plan. Before we get started, I'd like to make sure that you have a copy of the plan, as well as anyone in the audience that would like to see the plan. It is linked in the slide presentation here. It is the guiding document that ensures we meet the legal obligations and defines the programs and procedures in place to guarantee success for our multilingual learners. I know you received a copy in August, and then should have received a copy recently, and then hopefully now we'll have some time to review it before our next meeting. On November 11th of 2022, I presented the stages I anticipated needing to complete the plan. I didn't start with a blank slate, but a very robust draft given to me by Patricia Martinez. These stages have been posted to our district-wide website since that date. And you'll notice that one of the phases is to establish purpose. So let me get started by establishing that purpose and introducing you to former Hollister School District multilingual learners who represent the work this plan is written to support. Thank you, Brandon.
Uh-oh.
CIEC Berkeley. Speak Spanish and English. My name is Heidi Andrade. I speak Spanish and English, and I was classified in 2015. My plans for next year are to study political science and environmental policy at UC Berkeley. I speak Spanish and English. I was classified in 3rd grade, and my plan for next year is to major in Spanish in Galvin College. I speak Spanish and English. I was classified in 2017. My plan for next year is to attend San Jose State University and major in Spanish. Spanish and English. I reclassified in 2015, and my plan for next year is to go to GAV as a bio major.
I speak Spanish and English. I reclassified in 5th grade of 2015, and my plan for next year is to go to Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo and major in civil engineering.
I speak Spanish and English. I reclassified in 2016, and my plan for next year is that I will attend CSUB and major in biology along with kinesiology.
And I speak English and Spanish. The year I was classified was 2013. Next year, I plan to go to Gavilan College and study there 2 years, and then after that, transfer to UC Davis and major in mechanical engineering. I speak Spanish and English. I reclassified in 2015, so 3rd grade, and my plan for next year is to attend Cal Poly SLO with a music major and a minor in business in hopes to work with a record label. Speak Spanish, ASL, and English. I reclassified in 4th grade in 2015, and my plan for next year is to go to college. I speak Spanish and English. I reclassified in 5th grade, and my plans for the future are to major in kinesiology and special education.
I speak Spanish and English. I reclassified in 2014 in 4th grade, and my future plans are to attend a community college.
I speak Spanish and English. I reclassified in 2014 when I was in 3rd grade. My plan next year is to attend CSUMB and major in business with a focus in marketing.
Though I speak Spanish and English, I reclassified in 2017 in 7th grade, and my plan for next year is to attend the University of Pennsylvania.
I speak both Spanish and English. I reclassified in 2017 in the 6th grade. My plan for next year is to attend Sacramento State and major in mechanical engineering.
I speak Spanish and English. I reclassified in freshman year in 2020, and my plan for next year is to become a social worker.
I speak Spanish and English. I reclassified in 8th grade in 2019.
and I plan on majoring in civil engineering at Sac State.
Commander in ASL English, and I reclassified in 2015 when I was in 5th grade. My plan for next year is to attend UCLA as a data theory major.
And I speak Spanish and English, and I reclassified in 4th grade. And my plan for next year is to go to Sonoma State University, which I will be doing for nursing.
I speak Spanish and English. I reclassified in 2014 in the 3rd grade. And my plans for next year is to attend UC Davis and major in physics.
of their choosing. And that's what this document is. So to put that together, first I had to get the people. And that is the who. So I put together an English Learner Master Plan Committee with administrators, teachers. One of them was here tonight, but I see Darcy has left already. And we also had support from the San Benito County Office of Education, who came in for these meetings as well. I had the DLAC meeting, or DLAC committee helping with this. I had 3 classrooms of students at 3 different school sites working on this, and district administrators as well. I was given a very robust plan, by the way, from Patricia Martinez and Lilia Espinosa, who had been working on this version of the plan since 2018. So there was always a draft of a version in the works. However, there were so many changes that we just couldn't bring it to fruition yet. So our committee set forth to review this plan and bring it to you now as a complete piece. We use the English Learner Master Plan Playbook to support the process. The English Learner Master Plan Committee met 5 times to review and complete the English Learner Master Plan Playbook tasks. The DLAC reviewed drafts, gave input, and made recommendations. Students provided insight, gave input, and made recommendations. District administrators reviewed sections specific to their sites and departments, and the multilingual and English learner coordinator, that's me, wrote and revised chapters with input from all parties. The cornerstone of our work was the vision. Oh, thank you. I'll just go ahead and pop right over to the vision. This vision was put together by DLAC parents, the English Learner Master Plan Committee, students, and from help from the California English Learner Roadmap. When we put this vision together, the input of different parties can be seen in the bold print. What is in blue was what DLAC parents really wanted in this vision. What's in green was what the English Learner Master Plan Committee wanted in the vision. What's underlying came from the California English Learner Roadmap and was decided by both groups that they wanted in there. And interesting enough, what's in maroon is what the students really cared about. And here's how it comes out. Here's how it reads. HSD multilingual learners are supported, engaged, valued, and challenged in all academic areas from TK to 8th grade with meaningful access and participation in all curriculum that ensures they're attaining high levels of English proficiency, mastery of grade level standards, and opportunities to develop proficiency in multiple languages. Once we came to a conclusion and we decided that this was our vision, it necessitated some terminology shifts. The first large shift in terminology was the use of the word English or the term English learners, because we saw the word English learners as seeing the students as being deficit in something. They needed to learn English. So we've shifted, and the language now is multilingual learner. Although you'll see the 2 terms used synonymously, because as I'm presenting this to you, The English Learner Master Plan Committee is what it was called when we first started, although the name changed as we evolved, as did many things as we were working on this project. You'll also notice that it's no longer called the master plan, but just the plan. So these are little things that were changed after we created our vision. Additionally, we adopted the California English Learner Roadmap for guiding principles and made sure that the plan was completely aligned with those principles. Those principles are to establish assets-oriented and needs-responsive schools, to provide intellectual quality of instruction and meaningful access to core curriculum, to ensure teachers and administrators have the capacity and ensure teachers and administrators have the capacity and accountability to work with our multilingual learners, and to maintain system conditions and support effective instruction and learning, especially in the use of data to inform decision-making for our multilingual learners. The structure of the plan is simple and repetitive. You'll notice that each chapter begins with a page that outlines first an introduction of what the section is about, which ties into the vision that I read to you. The next piece that you'll see at the bottom of each page is personnel with responsibilities for each one of those sections, so it's very simply outlined and people can find it, or personnel can find what they need. FPM requirements are in a blue box at the beginning of each section. The California English Learner Roadmap principles that I just read to you that are addressed in the chapter are there in yellow, and the district and school plans are also linked there too. I'm going to give you a very fast tour of the chapters, and then if you have any questions about that, I can let you ask questions, and you can have some time, of course, to review it over the next month, and you'll get to know it a little bit better. Chapter 1 is called Commitment and Purpose. That's the introduction and how to use the document. 2 is Responding to Diverse Learners, which has the identification process, program placement, parent notifications, and the reclassification process. One of the things that I think is very helpful in that section are the many infographics that help guide both parents, because this document is written for parents, it's written for teachers, it's meant for administrators, it's meant for all staff within the district. And so making sure that we have clear process in these things that we can communicate with anyone in our community is important, and those come out in Chapter 2. Section 3 is program options with language acquisition programs and also the HDLA entrance criteria. So that is also highlighted in Chapter 3 of the plan, as well as newcomers and parent rights. So those are going to be a popular chapter as well. Chapter 4 is about teacher authorizations and credentialing. 5 is about access to the core curriculum, which is integrated ELT and core curriculum classes, and also highlights some of the things that we saw as a committee as wanting to see for those students in core curriculum classes, as well as what classes they're able to take, especially in the middle school. So that is addressed there. Section 6, ELD, is talks about integrated ELD and designated ELD, and also how we are required to meet state and federal guidelines for those subjects. Section 8 is the core principles of professional development for teachers, or professional learning, which has, let me go back there for a second. Section 7 is about professional learning. And in that section, in the old plan, in our 2018 version of the plan, we had a list of the professional development activities or providers that we would recommend. Now, instead of a list of those, we have the core principles of professional development, because we know there's more things that we can possibly think of to add to one document. So we have the core principles of professional development for teachers of multilingual learners, as well as the essential components of professional development for multilingual learners as our guide for selecting what to use for professional development. Section 8 is called Family School Partnership. In that section, parent-family communications is brought out, as well as ELAC and DLACs, an outline for administrators as well as for parents on what those committees look like. Section 9, assessment and student monitoring, is about, it says English learner monitoring, and when you see something like that says English learner monitoring, that's because it's coming directly from the state guidelines, and so we had to use that language in that section. Section 10, program monitoring and evaluation. So that's where FPM comes in. You'll notice when you get to that section that it will tell you what the FPM guidelines are, and it will also tell you each one of those FPM items and exactly where you can find it within the chapter. So even though FPM is also called out at the beginning of each chapter, if you wanted to just run down the list and find out where they are, you can do that there too. But even more important than FPM for me is program evaluation. How is our program working? What does it look like? How are we assessing that? And then how are we making changes to that every year to make sure that we're doing the best for our learners? So that's also addressed in that section. There are many hyperlinks as you go through. So you'll see these documents are not, they're live documents. And the thing about the plan that was so important to me is that we create something that's somewhat fluid. So we know that if we take this plan and we adopt it over the next 5 years, there will be changes. So we have to allow it to be nebulous enough so that it's not like, doesn't pin us down to one thing or another, but that we can make some changes within that. And then the final section, number 11, is the appendix, which has terminology, acronyms, which are so important because anyone that's reading through this is not going to know all the acronyms, as well as the research and the guidance. As years progress, changes to the plan are inevitable. And a matter of fact, one of the changes I was thinking of as I was looking at the plan right now is it says the 2023 plan, and I'm thinking maybe it should be the 2024, since we're almost finished with 2023. But as years progress, changes to the plan are inevitable, and changes to this document will be brought to the board for approval. It's my idea that this would be a plan that we would use for 5 years. And I realize that this is a brief overview, and you may have some questions, and I'm glad now that you have some time to look it over. So I think what I'll do is I'll skip past this slide, and in the presentation I'll let you ask any questions that you have. But for the purposes of tonight, trustees of the board and Superintendent Sanchez, tonight we have an opportunity to set a new plan in motion, the one that moves us into the next 5 years and is aligned with our current plans, is planted firmly in our vision for multilingual learners. I recommend that you review and approve the 2023 Multilingual and English Learner Plan. Thank you.
I thought it was well thought out. I mean,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, as someone who is not bilingual, I thought it was well planned out.
All right, yeah, it's been a work in progress, I tell you, since 2018. I mean, really, since 2018, Lilia started the project. Patricia picked it up and continued it and passed it like the torch, passed it to me. And then I completely, I kept a bunch of it, did a bunch of revisions as we met with committee, and hope that it's something that will endure the next 5 years.
What you want to say, this is a living document.
It is very much a living document. It has been living, yes.
Yes. And because it will make changes to the ed code and all that stuff.
Absolutely.
But I also have to say, it's the people that worked on it give me the idea, the respect that it deserves. Because the people that worked on this are just top notch. So that's how I feel.
Thank you.
You've done a great job, Jen. I think
Yes.
the last time I worked on it was with Lana and Kim Garcia about 10 or 12 years ago. So this document you created is fantastic.
Yeah, so you understand what,
it's a lot of
you
work.
understand the process, yes. It is.
But you've done a great job.
Oh, thank you.
That's better coming from her than from me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Trustee Martinez, nothing? Trustee Toasty?
All right.
I love the way you synopsized everything here, and then I still need to read it like in thorough, but now I feel like I can.
Good.
The way you described it, I feel like it's going to be more digestible, so thank you for that.
All right, I guess it all just works out. It always does. Well, thank you. So happy reading.
Thanks.
And I look forward to hearing good things from you at the next board meeting. I know we have some exciting things to make decisions about tonight, so I won't take any more of your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, our next report is on the roofing project. Erin Bezzetta.
This is consent, I think.
No, to report. Oh.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Sanchez, and all of our friends that decided to stay with us this evening. I'm excited for two reasons tonight. One, I get to report, and two, it's finally starting to feel like the fall season, so I'm loving it. Anyways, I want to thank everyone for this opportunity to be able to present to you tonight and report about some of the great things that the district's doing in our partnership with the contractor that we're connected to, Kaya, and a lot of the improvements that we're doing on our school campuses. So I get to share just a very little tidbit about a lot of stuff that we have planned to do in our improvement and implementing those improvements at our sites. So I'm excited about that tonight. So thank you for the opportunity. We're going to start with the roofing here, and I do have pictures to share with you this evening. So I'm also excited about that because it's good to see some pictures. We have embarked on an endeavor to improve our roofing well, I'm going to start by saying this. I'm only going to mention the word portable probably two times tonight. It's going to be once now, and it's going to be one other time. So we're not going to be talking about portables any longer after tonight. The roofing project has been one that we have honed in and focused and put the magnifying glass on our portable roofs because our portables are not going anywhere. And I got to go back to the foundation piece of this. The foundation piece of this is the facilities needs analysis that was done well over a year ago now. That is something that we're building on. And if we all remember the superintendent's facilities needs committee that was put into effect, and there were decisions that were made by this committee to move forward with certain projects and certain aspects at our campuses, and it was board approved. So I want to thank you again for doing that because we're able to see the decisions that are made by this board are actually making an impact at our school sites. So thank you for that. So facilities needs analysis, superintendent's facilities committee has been something that is of course in the past, but yet making a mark now here in the present and in the future. So we started this roofing project at Calaveras, Aro Hardin, Rancho San Justo, and Sunny Slope schools. We have completed all 4 of those schools. It's been about a 4-month process that's taken place. And again, we focus primarily on all of our portable classrooms. So we have put some work into these roofs, and I'll share this with you. So we started at Calaveras. Actually, we didn't start at Calaveras. We ended at Calaveras, but we're going to start with Calaveras tonight in the report. So we have the process where we started. Over there at Calaveras, they got on top of those roofs on the portables and they first pressure washed. So they cleaned it so they could see, of course, where the leaks are. They wanted to find where the leaks were, and no better way to do it than to start pressure washing those things and see where they're leaking and coming in on the insides of the classrooms. They did that, and they were able to do a pull test on each one of the rivets, each one of the elements that secure the roofing down. So that was a process that took place to make sure that everything's secure on the roof. So if there was anything that needed to be replaced or repaired, they did that first. Of course, we wouldn't put a sealant on the roof until it was repaired or in need of repair, right? And we determined that. So that's what you see here at Calaveras. So this is the very beginning stage. After it was pressure washed. So this is part of the before, and then we'll have the after. So we'll keep going in progress here. Same kind of pictures, you know, you see different other areas of those roofs. So this is proof that they were up there and they did do this work.
Is that caulking, the white?
It's a sealant product that's put on there. Yeah, when they find any cracking or any fissuring or any things that are, you know, needed to be addressed up there, they do that kind of stuff. So that's part of that. And then we go to the after, which is pretty impressive. So this is an aerial view, so you can actually see the product that was put on these roofs that was sealing. There is an extended warranty on these that I think goes well beyond, I think between 15 and 20 years. You know, so if we find that there's any leaking, if we find that there's anything that's coming in any one of these classrooms that we see this evening, you know, we have a promise from the great contractor that we're connected to coming in and taking care of us. So they're not going anywhere because we're not going anywhere. So that's the completed roof on the portables at Calaveras School. The next one we go to is Aro Hardin here. So we see kind of similar where we started. You see a lot of the same kind of process, the pressure washing and cleaning, trying to find where the leaks are happening. I know some of our portables have been leaking, so we were able to find some areas, you know, got some calls from some folks saying we got some water coming in, we got some intrusion, you know, and we're going, yeah, that's because we're pressure washing. It's by design. It's great because it's right before the rainy season. So
Right.
how better to tell than when it starts raining, right? So here's a before, then we see the completed. So you see that whole row at R.L. Hardin that's completed with that same sealant product. So that was all done, quite a bit of them there. And then we move on to the next one. Rancho San Justo Middle School. We see the before here, same aspects, same things that were done there. Every school had all the same thing done. So we had folks on top of the roof, pressure washing it, and then they go through each one of the various stages, right? So it happened everywhere. So same process every single school. And we continue in progress and the completion. There it is. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's a few of them there, right? So we wanted to hone in and focus, primarily on the portables again, because, they're going to stay there. They're going to stay there. So now we can improve from the roof down, like we determined. And so there's going to be some great stuff that are going to be happening on the outside of these buildings and on the inside of these buildings. So we can do that now with what's been done here. So this has created opportunity for us to progress and to move forward. So now we continue on to Sunny Slope. Sunny Slope, we have the before, same process, in progress, there it is. And then we have the completed.
Nice.
Quite a bit of them there. Quite a bit. So we didn't focus on any one of the vintage buildings, right? Because we're still kind of determining what we're going to do with those, but it was important to do what we did. And this is probably the school that had the most amount of work done, as you can see, because there's so many buildings there. But this stuff's some pretty good stuff. So anyways, that was it. So despite what some may say and some may think that we're really not doing anything, or there's things that are not happening at our schools, and we're not improving, or we're moving too slow, it was a process, right? It was a process. We had to start somewhere with a foundation piece, and now we're finally at the point where I'm super excited about being at the site and seeing the actual work being done, and then the reward of it happening, right? And it took an army to do this. It wasn't just 1 or 2 people. It took an army to do this kind of stuff. So I'm excited about what's coming and to be able to present to you probably at every board meeting in the next probably 3 or 4 months about some of the stuff that's happening, because there's going to be some stuff happening in the next 3 or 4 months. So are there any questions? That being said, yes.
So I know we have an arbor as under consent. So just to maintain the quality, right, of the roofs, bringing our branches off and bringing it in and down, especially R.L. Hardin, so that we're not going to continue to have like in the gutters and so just to scale some of those trees back to help with that longevity of this investment.
Yes, thank you for mentioning that. So that is another thing that we've already begun. So we did start that process at R.L. Hardin. Yeah, we did start that process. So the idea is to thin them out, right? They only want to take about 15 to 20% of that tree out, because then it allows for growth and stuff. They don't want to take it all the way down. Some want to take it all the way down, right? Take it below the roof level and just take it all the way down and let's see what happens. No, we're not going to do that, because according to the arborist, it doesn't work. That doesn't promote growth and promote it to grow the right way. So they thin them out, they trim them up, they prune them out, they do what they got to do. And they've already started that process at R.L. Hardin particularly, because that's where there's the most amount of trees.
Right.
But there are other schools where we're also doing that as well. And then, of course, we have, the approval of, the contract this evening to get them to keep moving forward.
Yeah, we can't talk about the consent items, but I really wanted to say that I really appreciate the contracts that are in here and the hard work that you and Erica put in.
Well, there was others involved. We have our director of business, Beth Wilson.
Of course, Beth.
You'll hear Dr. Myers tonight. She's got a piece of the pie. All of us. We've all got a part in this. Yeah,
okay, but I appreciate all the good things that are in those consent items.
Right.
There's a lot of stuff that needs to happen, and we can't talk about it when we're there. Can we talk about it now? Because we're not there.
Any other questions?
For the sake of expediency.
I miss Loopy.
Are there any other comments or questions?
I just appreciate what you're doing. It just means so much to have our schools looking good.
Yeah.
They are, and they will continue to look better. Yes.
Well, I know our teachers truly appreciate, all of that and having an environment where our kids are, and they are in an environment for learning.
Absolutely.
I do want to publicly say thank you to the contractor, because we work with hundreds of contractors. But we have not had a contractor come in and accommodate our student schedule and our instructional schedule. And to have a contractor be able to say, we are going to send a plethora, an army of work crews in the afternoon, late into the evening, and over the weekends, and pay holiday pay, and to accommodate our learning environments is absolutely something that we don't see in education. So I want to publicly recognize them and thank them for that ability to recognize that students are a business and we're here to serve them. So thank you.
That's
Thank you.
excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now it's time for our superintendent's report.
Okay.
Oh, you need.
Yep. So lots of information tonight. My report, good evening, everybody, is a lot of pictures, because pictures are worth 1,000 words, and I think that sometimes the world just needs to see what it is that we do. So if we can move forward on the slide. This is our current enrollment as of last Friday, 5,773 students that we are entrusted with to teach, love, give them the best that we can, and I think that we do it every day. That enrollment is higher than last year. What we ended last year, I believe, was 5,684 students, if I remember, if the Rolodex still kind of works. Our ADA is 94.3. Mondays and Fridays are a challenge for our district, but we are working on that. As you can see, we have a varied enrollment. HDLA has been leading the charge with the greatest enrollment of 850, and they still remain strong at first place. Lad Lane is still in second place at 762, and so on. As you can see, our enrollments have steadied. Next slide. Playground and surface projects. In addition to our roofing project, something that we as a team thought needed to be worked on to provide greater accessibility, but also that would be an immediate impact on our students, was the playground. So a wise and awesome decision. This shows the assembly at Sierra Vista, and it shows an updated playground surface area. I believe that is HDLA. I have about 1 minute video clip coming up. Again, at HDLA, we got rid of the dirt crescent moon, and we made it a turf crescent moon. And then we have just the joy of being able to go out to the sites to see the students really enjoy the updated playgrounds. At HDLA, one of the biggest topics when we had the community outreach meetings was the families saying that section gets muddy, what can you do? So we worked on it. And the next part is just a 1 minute video that took place. This is the ribbon cutting for the Sierra Vista playground.
So then, Mr. Becerra found Luis's company. The company's name is Kaya. And Mr. Becerra went to all these people and said, can we do it? And they said, let's do it, because the kids at Sierra Vista need to be safe and they need to play and have fun, because you can't learn if you don't play and have fun. So, what's going to happen now is we're going to officially open, so we've got to be super quiet. We're going to have the official ribbon cutting. So, you're welcome. You're welcome. Good job. Get in line. Nope, you're getting in line. Go get in line.
Yay! So that was such an honor to be able to high five, fist bump, hug, smile at every single student that passed by in front of us. We were able to partake in the fact that they were very excited to have their new playground. They are no longer the school with the wooden structure that gave everybody slivers, and they're able to access their brand new playground. So I want to thank you, board, because that is an investment of funds. That is a wise investment of funds in that we can really make our playgrounds accessible to our students. I know that for all students and all staff. I know that a couple of the board members were able to partake in that ceremony, and after this, if you'd want to talk about it or say a little bit about it, you're more than welcome to. Next slide. In regards to being inclusive of all in our special education and program, we are very focused on trying to bring inclusivity into our school district. So we have been supporting the practice of inclusive classrooms through the SIP grant and the SIP organization. We have been selected to film a video project in showcasing our implementation of inclusive classrooms. So as you remember, last school year, our Director of Educational Services, Dr. Myers, attended a SIP conference, and Hollister was picked and awarded an honor for the work that we have done to represent inclusivity in our practices in our district. So they will be coming out to film our progress, which is great, a great honor. We also have, this is a repeat, if we're working together to include that inclusivity in all areas, not just in these particular inclusive classrooms, but as a district as a whole. So next slide. We're looking at our learning environments. We had the privilege of being invited by Principal Espinosa, Lilia Espinosa. Her staff is just amazing. They come to school every day, and they get all of our staff. But at this particular example is R.O. Hardin staff. They took it upon themselves to create fairy tales in their primary classrooms that represented what they were learning. So for example, we had Goldilocks and the Three Bears. We had, an enchanted forest. We had Jack and the Beanstalk. Some of the board members and I were able to walk through the classrooms, look at the realia that they brought in, look at the lessons, the activities, and just the transformation. They don't have to do this, right? They don't have to take time and haul in all the equipment. They don't have to decorate their classrooms this way, but yet they do to make it a real deal, which is pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. We also have fun activities that happen. For example, Lad Lane, between our last board meeting and this board meeting, they had their annual color run. If you ever go to a color run, you know that parents are on campus, staff are on campus. There's an excitement and an energy out there because the kids know that they're going to be able to just get dirty with all the color. We also have support for social emotional learning. So President Marks and myself were able to attend the mental health first aid and professional development module taught by Eliana Delgadillo, our SEL coordinator. This module is offered multiple times a year, and it is offered to all staff that want to participate. We're able to engage in group activities. We're able to learn about how to provide mental health first aid, how to be a responder in situations when either a staff member or a student requires this assistance. So we're excited that we're able to offer that internally. We've also explored and talked preliminarily with Eliana whether or not we would be able to have her provide that more on a county-wide level and share her expertise with other districts like the high school. All right. Staffing. Everything that we do requires staffing. So where are we at? We all see the headlines, we all see the news in the nation that districts have X number of vacancies. Oakland Unified has 60 vacancies. Big districts have bigger numbers. We have We have vacancies. They're not as big, but nonetheless, these are the efforts that we have taken in regards to recruitment. We have partnerships with the Community Workforce Solutions and the Workforce Development who have been pushing out our flyers. We have the Chamber of Commerce that is also advertising for us. We have a partnership with an agency, an online platform called Handshake. We use EdJoin. We use recruitment agencies. We also attend recruitment fairs, both locally and in our geographic area of California. And the next slide will show our vacancies. We actually have the 8th grade vacancy at HDLA is no longer a vacancy. So from Friday to now, that's been an update. And so we are down to 2, which is not bad for a district our size. So we continue to support that effort. We also have social emotional support that is more geared to the entire campus and also to student activities and to promotion of mental health well-being. We had celebrated and honored World Mental Health Day on all of our campuses. So students participated in activities. I believe the colors were neon, and so staff dressed as if we were in the 80s, and there was a lot of neon colors out there. We support mental health. We know that it's important. We have such a great investment in our district through the SEL team. We see the definite difference that the SEL team makes, and we continue to support that investment of those staff members on our campuses. And more happiness. We also are looking at safety. So part of what we're doing is not only establishing a school district that is stable with our programs, stable with our academics, stable with our finances, but also looking at what as a district do we need to address to continue to create a solid foundation. I know that I've talked about publicly before that we've not been very frivolous with our spending. We've been very cautious and very careful based off of the financial situation that we're coming from. The services that we have been engaging with the local law enforcement have been free to us, but what they provide is a wealth of knowledge as to what areas on our campuses we can address, whether through facilities, projects, or just revamping some of the processes that we have in place to better meet the safety needs of our students and staff. So what we did is that every school site had a walkthrough with 2 to more officers to look at the location of our safety cameras, to look at the location of our entrances and exits, to look at, our parent parking lots, our parent drop-offs, and to identify where we can improve. I know that we will never have perfection, but we can always strive to improve, and that is the goal.
Will
Yes.
we be getting like a list of where
Yes.
the items that you need to do so we can?
Yes, great question. We wanted to wrap up all of our safety walkthroughs, and I believe the last one finished last week.
Oh,
So,
okay, so then you'll.
it'll be up and coming.
Great,
Yep.
thank you.
We also have safe spaces at school. We heard our community schools report also speak of safe spaces during lunchtime. We have our libraries that are open. We have Capturing Kids' Hearts as an investment that has been going on year after year. We have our yard duties that have been very visible, and they have been most of them have been trained in Capturing Kids' Hearts in regards to how to engage with students. We also tonight will have a Wonder Wolves contract to have the therapy dog visit the SDC classrooms, in addition to the 2 therapy dogs that we already have on campus, one at Sunny Slope and one at Ledley. As you can see, even our principals, the top, the kitty corner there, the top left is Principal Joe Rivas. He takes it upon himself to do flag football during lunchtime. So he's out there in the beating sun or in the fresh weather being the referee for his students, and I see them just run out to him and fully engaged with them. At the bottom left-hand corner, we have Principal Woods. On this particular day, he's playing like red light, green light, relay races, hula hoops, and all sorts of different things to engage students during lunchtime. These are just two examples that I happen to come across as I go out to the sites, and it's a reminder of everybody is pitching in to try to make school connections and school a safe space for all students. Technology, I'm really excited about this one. We have just been able to really look at what our needs are and look at how we can meet the needs of our students. As we know, our instruction has shifted from textbook only instruction to where our curriculum and our Chromebooks have become delivery for instruction, or an instructional material is what I would say. So we have started with a 3rd grade new device rollout. So 3rd grade in all of the district will be receiving these nifty new Chromebooks. And on the right-hand side, you see that the Chromebook itself is situated in this pack that is so sturdy. It's like a military grade, so you can step on it, it won't break. But there's also straps that allow for a student to not have to take their Chromebook out of the case. You can see that the Chromebook is open with the case on, and on the outside is the barcode and the student's information that will allow for easy access and hopefully less damage to a Chromebook, because we're not throwing our Chromebooks just like that. We're there now in a case, potentially. So Lad Lane, the rollout has been completed. We also have started, or maybe it's in progress at R.O. Hardin and HDLA. This was created last week, so that's this week. And they will receive their new 3rd grade devices. When we go to the schools and we roll out the new devices, we collect the old devices. As you can see, some of the devices come back with these beautiful personalized decorations on them. And so all devices that come back have to be cleaned and get just wiped down and provisioned for 1st grade classrooms and 2nd grade classrooms. The idea is that in 1st grade classrooms and 2nd grade classrooms, they will have enough to successfully run their centers. They already have some, but some classrooms do not have a full set. So when we collect them back, they go back into circulation.
So a student who's 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, they just have theirs. They don't get a new one. They're just going to have the one they have.
Eventually, they will get a new one.
Right, but 3rd grade is where we're starting.
3rd grade is where we're starting because
Right.
that is their 1st year of the state assessment.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
So as you can see, it's quite a process. We tried to take some
Yeah.
pictures to capture the process. We're very fortunate that we did have staff that were on light duty that were able to come from their different positions to help us in this capacity to provision and wipe down and get these this progress going. This bar graph shows the tickets. So the different colors mean that the tan are the unresolved tickets. So as you can see, as the months went by, and it started, as the week went by, it starts with August 13th, and then the next bar cluster is August 20th, and then 27th, and so on. There was a very big need. And at the beginning of every school year, there is always a need. But we also know that we were working with less technology staff this year than we did last year and the year before due to the layoffs that we had. Going back to the idea that we haven't gone and frivolously spent, but we've been putting in plans that are sustainable, we want to thank the board for the addition of the returning staff member from the layoff list. The tickets that are resolved are in green. So as you can see, as the weeks progress, the green bar is growing higher. And in that very last cluster, to the right, the tan then becomes less, and the green, the resolved, got higher. So what we're doing is we're very strategically using the resources that we have to meet the needs that we have. Tan meant unresolved, and green meant resolved. So as you can see, the green finally surpassed the tan. So that's positive. Next slide. We also have work that's being done that's apart from the work that I've showed you, with our IT director working directly with our contractor that provides public information. This contractor is available to any department, any site, any principal that might want to push out positive news to the public. They can contact, and they've been given that number, they can contact that person directly, the contractor, to write up a story or an article, just the way we publicize the new playgrounds. That took place because we reached out to the contractor. If there's a school site that wants to promote a positive story, they just reach out to the contractor.
So any principal.
Any principal can do that. And our IT staff set up that contractor with all the connections that were needed, with access to the platforms, access to all of the things to make that a contracted service a successful one. We also have CalPads and CBEDs. Yes.
But it goes through you first, right?
It goes through KIP and or I.
Okay.
Yep.
Before it's publicized.
Sure.
Okay.
It's always shared as a draft.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for clarifying. We also have reporting that is called CalPads or CBEDs. It's all tied to the state. It's all tied to data that we must report on an annual basis. We also have an implementation of a Samsung supplemental device rollout. Last school year, the staff at Mays decided that part of their CSI funds would be used to buy a new device as a supplemental device. And they use those categorical funds to buy that device. IT has been rolling those out to them so that they are now accessible to that staff. Mays qualified for the specialized funding, and that is one of the purchases that they made with that funding. We also have their daily work as a team to address all of the work tickets as we demonstrated in the chart prior to this. And again, thank you so much, board, for choosing to move forward with the rehire of that tech that was laid off. More hands on deck means more work can be done. Next slide. We also wanted to show you the pictures that we talked about earlier today in regards to the collaboration with the local farmers. This particular farmer that we worked with, it is a farmer that has been local, and they have been up and coming. It's a family, their last name is Catalan, and they came to the after school programs to talk about their growing practices. They talk about their vegetables, healthy eating, and the students, again, were able to go home with fresh vegetables for their family. So that was fun to partake in. We also have an attendance campaign going on with, in collaboration with the high school. We will have an updated joint board meeting. I believe we set the date in January, so that is up and coming. We issued the joint letter between both superintendents to the communities. We also have an internal infographic as far as what the Hollister School District does to support our attendance practices, and we periodically issue a joint communication to both communities in addition to the individual communications that we as a district send out to each school site, such as postcards. The high school does the same. The goal would be that our ADA would increase. Next slide. We are very happy to announce that we have finalized negotiations. As we have talked about repeatedly today, all of the work that we do requires our staff. Our staff is essential to instructing our students, to instructing them on a daily basis, and instructing them in a manner in which they will learn. Part of our negotiations process includes fairly compensating our staff in a way that allows for them to have a livable wage and a competitive salary. We also, again, this is the third time I mentioned it in my presentation, want to maintain a balanced budget. Since 2019-2020, we have been able to provide a total salary increase of 22.1% for our certificated staff, which allows for us to demonstrate and document the salaries that we have provided. This is what the purpose of this slide is. So tonight you will consider a salary increase for our certificated staff, and that will be up and coming in the agenda. Going on to our attendance campaign, we have had attendance assemblies where we have a partnership with high school students, their leadership team. They come, they engage with our students, and we encourage all students to come to school, and we are promoting the educational piece of what a difference coming to school makes. You can't learn if you don't come to school. So we'll keep going. Some of our upcoming events and projects, we will be having trainings of transforming schools from the inside out. Some of these are in collaboration with the San Benito County Office of Education. We appreciate that partnership. We have some internal trainings that are provided by our own staff. We have also our administrators will be participating in an internally run training on the SST process and the Section 504. We have had one 2 years ago, I believe, and so we are refreshing that training. We also have a future date in January where we will have a literacy summit with Dr. Kate Kinsella, locally put on by our County Office of Education. We're really excited about that. We also have on November 1st a Knowledge Saves Lives training here at the district office, which is a safety training. Next slide. Lots of things going on. If you have any questions, I want to thank everybody. All of our staff allows us to make the impact that we have on our students, and without them, we can't do any of what we just have talked about.
Right.
So it is amazing. It takes a village.
Yeah.
Yeah. Questions from the board?
I have a question.
Yes.
Would it make any sense to hire a short-term substitute, maybe for 6 weeks, to help Brandon catch up on all the tech tickets?
Well, we would go through the layoff list because we still have staff that have been laid off, but it is something that I can work with Brandon and consider where we're at with the tickets. That bar chart, the graph was as of last Friday, so we'd have to look at where he is now and discuss, the pros and cons of that.
I just
So
think it'd
good.
be really cool if we could get the learning centers up and running as soon as we can, because I know
Yes.
that in a classroom, when you can send the kids to the learning center and you're teaching another small group, it really helps.
Yes. Good suggestion.
Well, I think we also should look at the request that Jose Munoz had about, is there any way that the ELOP funds, because we have doubled our after school attendance of students, is there any way that we can help out in regards to the nighttime janitor? And maybe those funds could be used, or we split with district, and somehow or another to help these, because we do have a lot more kids on campus. It seems like a legitimate request.
I think that, I'm writing it down, I think that a good approach would be to look at the staffing that we have right now, look at what we are doing different from last year to this year, and almost make a study of it, not like a long-term study, but really analyze what sites need more custodial help, if at all, or where can we shift certain things. We have added, as you might remember, we have added custodians from the rehire list since August.
Right.
Not everybody, but we have brought some back. It does not mean that we have to stop there. We have to look at the finances and we have to look at the needs.
Well,
So
I didn't know, can ELOP funds pay for some of the janitorial?
That is an allowable expense. We would have to look at the ELOP budget and look at
Right.
how we've allocated the different funding amounts and what we have planned, and see if there's something, for example, if we have a limited number of funds allocated to the assemblies, right?
Right,
Are we going to
right.
reduce the assemblies to bring back a salary that we're gonna pay year after year?
Yeah,
So we would
gotcha.
have to make sure that it was funding that was sustainable. Mhm.
Gotcha.
So we'll take a look at that and report
Right.
back to the board.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because I know that some schools have like 100 kids and other schools have like 23 or 24, so it would definitely be by site need.
I would like to do,
Mhm.
put that on the books.
Yep.
Do an analysis.
I think that's a great idea.
And do we have any of the community agencies using our sites? Are we charging them a fee, a custodial fee? We should.
They pay fees.
Okay.
They do
Indirect
pay,
costs?
I believe, I don't know if they pay indirect costs, but they do pay for the custodial overtime. So for example, if we have to pay someone to come and lock up or come and open the gates and then lock up, they do
Yeah.
pay for that.
Okay, yeah.
Mhm.
Well, we should be doing.
Mhm. Great questions.
Okay, anything else?
Yes, on your report, it was an eye-opening event, the new playground. Absolutely wonderful. The kayak group had a drone up, taking pictures. Those aerial shots were wonderful. And the excitement of the students and the staff, it was really a great experience.
Ditto, it filled my heart. I just really enjoyed that I got to touch every kid.
Yeah.
And that they all went through that like a gauntlet.
Yeah.
That's how they got out, is they had to go through the whole thing and come down a slide, and teachers went down the slide. And the principal went down the slide. And it was just the joy. It was contagious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was fun. It was
But
fun.
to have something brand new, that the kids, like Eric was saying, that they won't hurt them, from enjoying, so.
Exactly.
This is probably the fifth ribbon cutting that I've been to in the last, 10 years. And this was the most student-centered one and the most heartfelt one. That you can feel it in the environment. So
It was electric.
all about the students.
It was. Yes. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we are now to consent items. And can I get a motion to approve the consent items 13A through 13P?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Trustee, what?
I guess we don't do discussion on consent.
No.
First is yes.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay, Martinez is a yes. Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Okay, Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
And Trustee Marks is an aye, passes 5-0. Thank you. Now we go into our discussion action items. And we have 14. Oh, yes. Sorry. I'm still getting used to this electronic thing. The next item is an approval of the board meeting minutes from September 2023.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from September 2023.
I'll second.
Okay, great. We'll do a roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
And Trustee Marks is an aye, 5-0. Now, we can go
So we're moving 12E up.
right, 12E will be first. So that would be the receipt of Classified School Employees Association, Chapter 625, Initial Sunshine Proposal. Adela Ruiz. Did I say that right?
No, you didn't.
I'm gonna be in general, I'll put me in here.
Thank you for your patience.
No, thank you for moving up the agenda item. Good evening, President Marks, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Sanchez. My name is Adela Ruiz. I am the chapter president for CSEA 625. I am here on behalf of CSE members to present our initial proposal for the reopener contract for the year 2023-2024 negotiations with the Hollister School District. CSEA respectfully submits the following articles for negotiations: Article 12, compensation; Article 19, professional growth program. CSEA is looking forward to setting dates soon to start negotiation discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And item 15F is Hollister School District initial sunshine proposal to classified school employees association.
So for this, we have to,
Go ahead.
do we not do a hearing when we do sunshines? Do we open a hearing or no? We just accept it?
We accept it.
Okay. So I make a motion
Oh,
that
we
we
have to have
accept
a motion to do that.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't understand.
sunshine proposal from CSEA chapter 625.
I'll second.
Okay, great. Roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
We should say discussion.
Oh, discussion?
I know, then roll call vote. Grist, yes?
Oh, there was no discussion?
That's right.
Okay. Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
And Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Tosti?
Aye.
And Trustee Marks is aye, passes 5-0.
Now we go back to 15A.
Yeah, thanks a lot. No, oh, I see. 15A is discussion and approval of board policy and administrative regulation updates. Do we have any discussion? Are you gonna drive it?
So as our CBO comes up, we are going to get started on 15A. We have a group of board policies and administrative regulations that we will be updating tonight, or that we are having you consider for update. Some of these updates are on track with what the California School Boards Association recommends for updating. Others are being presented tonight to include language that would change specific board policies. So if you have any questions on any specific ones, or if you'd like to discuss a specific one, we'd be more than happy to do that now.
I do.
Okay.
Page 360.
Which board policy is it?
Oh, she's going off of this.
It'll say on the right left-hand
synopsis.
side what the policy is.
Oh, yeah.
Policy AR 3516.2.
Okay, 3516.2, administrative regulation for bomb threats. Okay.
No. 3516.2.
3516.2 is bomb threats.
Okay.
So the description
Right.
kind of brought in quite a few
Okay,
things.
so the format has changed, because up until this point, and I guess I should have addressed this at the very beginning, and I apologize. Up until this point, we have been addressing board policies that needed to be done. At the time, there was a sense of immediacy. We had FPMs that were looking for updated policies as we were going along. We are now back into a sync with CSBA, who quarterly gives us updates on board policies. This happens to be the quarter ending December 2022, and when they do that, they give us that verbiage.
Okay.
Prior to this, you've seen the last time we updated it, and then this is when CSBA updated it, so you had a sense of how far out of sync we might have been. Sometimes it was a lot, sometimes it was pretty close, but this one tells us, for the most part, there's a new law that requires X. You can still read all of the board policies,
Right.
but that summary pretty much hits what's changing on there, and that's the way we're going to be doing them going forward.
Okay, because it suggests that this is to improve school safety. The district should regularly review current guidance regarding cybersecurity, digital media awareness, and incorporate recommended practices into the district's processes and procedures related to the protection of the district's network and infrastructure. And I was wondering, do we have a schedule for that? Like, do we schedule our stuff? Because this is a big hot topic, obviously.
Cybersecurity?
Yeah.
Yes.
And so it's like, are we like on a quarterly schedule where we check, or a 6-month schedule? I mean, because it's asking us that, you know, hello, you should have a schedule.
Yes. So we work in collaboration with specific vendors, and our IT department, Brandon, our director of IT, works very closely in engaging in those audits. So sometimes it's a week-long audit for our system. Last spring, I believe, was our last audit where all of our systems were checked and we were cleared. So what happens is that periodically, and I don't have the exact dates right now, but we do engage in audits. We call them audits, where our systems are checked, our network is checked, our procedures are checked to ensure that we have those safety nets. Every time we get a email from an outside recipient that could be malicious, we have this great big yellow-orange flag that comes up on our emails that says that this is a suspicious sender. We have processes in place such as those that allow for us to keep our network protected.
I guess I'm asking is that maybe we should be setting up a schedule of, you know, like quarterly, you know, that we check our systems, or because this is what it's suggesting, is that, you know, you should have a recommended practices for the district to check yourself. I don't know, but if we're going to adopt this,
yes,
that's what they're suggesting.
Yes.
And so I'm saying, if we adopt this, then that's what we should be doing.
Yes. Yes.
So, and then my other question was on page 362, board policy AR 5142.2.
Trustee Grist, can I take it back to just the one we were
Yes.
talking about?
Yes.
Because I also noticed on the policy guide sheet that this first one that we just talked about had a first reading, but not a second reading waived.
Right.
So, was that a?
That was just an error. Now,
Okay.
the board always has the option to waive a second hearing, or waive a second reading, and that's what you've been doing up until this point. I
Right,
don't
right.
want to presume. The fact that it wasn't in there is definitely my error.
Well, that's
Putting it on
okay.
the
It
sheet.
just made me think that maybe it was new.
No,
like,
that part is not new.
revising.
It should have been consistent with what we've done before, and again, you always have the option to say, you know, there's a lot of them, there's a lot of red in here, I want to take a little bit more time, and then not waive the second reading. We recommend that because that's what you've been doing up until this point, but it is up to you.
Because let's say something did happen and we approved this policy, and we didn't have a schedule. Can we, I mean, if we didn't follow our own schedule, would we be covered by insurance?
Yes.
Even though we didn't have a schedule?
Well, that recommends that you have a schedule, and we have been doing things on a somewhat regular basis.
Right, okay.
I don't want to speak
Right.
ahead,
But this is my, you know.
But the audit that Superintendent Sanchez mentioned in the springtime
Right.
was an audit that allowed us to be covered for our cybersecurity.
Right.
So we have complied with that, and there is ongoing stuff that Brandon and his team do.
I know.
But that alone got us covered. Prior to that, there might have been some questions and some, other steps that we had to take, but we had an outside agency come in. It was recommended by our insurance coverage that we do that. They've done it with all districts because cybersecurity is such a hot topic these days. And so, we went forth and did that. It actually gave us a lot of warm fuzzies on some of the things we are doing and gave us some to-dos. But they weren't major to-dos, and so.
I know that Brandon is doing a really good job.
Absolutely.
This is just because it's in this
Well, and remember,
policy guide.
that has to do with bomb threats. So what it says is you should also be looking at your cyber information for if a bomb threat happens to come in that way via email, via social
But
media.
we've had that come in that way before. So I don't know, I've just thrown this out. And my next one is about board policy AR, it's on page 362, 5142.2. And this is about
safe routes to school.
Yes, and it is authorizes the governing board of an elementary, intermediate, junior high, or high school to provide time and facilities as specified agencies that offer bicycle, scooter, electric bicycle, motorized bicycle, or motorized scooter safety instruction. The new law, which requires the Department of California Highway Patrol to develop by September 1st, 2023, statewide safety and training programs based on evidence-based practices for the use of, and it says electric bicycles, and riding safety, emergency manual, skills, rules of the road, and laws pertaining. Well, I gotta tell you, that's not true. We've got kids that don't ride motorcycles, scooters. We have kids that do not wear helmets. We have kids that do not follow traffic laws. Okay, 30 years, and yes, they don't follow the rules. They don't come with helmets. And we don't do anything to train them.
So that's what this new language talks about, that it sounds like it's a shared requirement. You know, it sounds like the California Highway Patrol and other agencies are going to come up with these training or perhaps resources that we as a LEA would be able to use and implement with our students. So we are simply asking the board to consider an update to the board policy that would reflect the new laws.
Well, I just, should we do anything about it? I don't know. That's why I flagged it.
So Beth, I'm new, let me understand. I think what we're trying to do right now is update our policies, our board policies, based on recommendations from attorneys, recommendations from new laws that have been in effect.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that's our job right now, is to update the board policies, and then how we implement them could be another discussion.
Yes.
So the board sets the policy, and then once that policy is done, then the superintendent, we've got administrative regs in it, the superintendent gets that policy done, but we need the policy updated before we move forward, because right now, in the case of the bomb threats or the new safety protocols that the CHP is supposed to be putting together, we don't have those, and we don't have those in rules that say, okay, now we need to get those out to students.
Sure.
And it's always my recommendation, if an attorney has sat down, read through all the new laws, and knows how to write the verbiage that's going to protect us, then I would say we just go with what is a good, solid template.
Yes.
I just don't like, I'm very, formative. And what I'm trying to say is I hate to see us hang ourselves out, approve something, and then we don't follow through. That's what I don't like.
Okay, so if we look at the policy guide sheet, the middle column with the most verbiage is the summary or the background. So it explains to you what law went into place, what regulation came about, or why we are bringing it up. So if we look at the motorized, as we're talking about the safe routes to school, and we talk about the concern that students are riding motorized scooters without helmets. If you look at that board policy, the way it's presented, BP 5142.2, the only red parts, the edits, are to remove the old references to the old law because they're outdated, so those are crossed out. And then in regards to the law, the recommended verbiage that we're changing is that all students shall have equitable access and opportunity to participate in the district safe routes to school program, which is a direct result of the partnerships we're supposed to be creating based on this new law. We also have strategies, and in red, this is the new part, in support of the Safe Routes to School program. So if we look at the board policy themselves, we are just, there's certain changes that are very limited to reflect the new law, which is on that policy sheet that you're looking at.
Well, to be honest, we don't have safe routes to school.
That is the new part that's in red. That is the new addition that will be what we need to work on.
And I would take exception to that we do have safe routes to schools because we do work with our local law enforcement. There are bike lanes in the city of Hollister. There are crosswalks in the city of Hollister. There are speed limits and speed bumps in the city of Hollister. Those are all components of what would be in a safe routes to school program. While we might not have anything overt that we're aware of, we've been working with our local law enforcement for years to make sure that our students do get to school, whether they're walking or they're biking or they're scootering or whatever they're doing, that they are doing it as safely as possible. I would also offer that in schools, students are told you're supposed to use a crosswalk. You need to look both ways. Our parents are telling us that anyway. But in schools, they are reminding students to be safe when they're out, they're in the road.
No,
No dark between
we don't
schools.
enforce the helmet law.
But the helmet law is not ours to enforce.
Well, absolutely, I disagree, because if we were doing our job at the schools, they would not be riding their bicycles to school if they were not wearing their helmet. I grew up with a kid that became a vegetable from hitting his head on a curb.
I think that, honestly, I think that belongs to the
We are
HPD,
responsible.
the HPD and or sheriff who
We are
catches the kid
responsible
without.
30 minutes before and 30 minutes after.
But the parents get to make that choice. We don't get to make that choice. That's what I'm saying. That's not our purview.
That's not what the law says. We're responsible 30 minutes before and 30 minutes after.
We are responsible from door to door, but if we were to be responsible for enforcing that students wear helmets, we'd also be responsible for students having to wear their seatbelt in the car. And we're not responsible for that. That is the parent or the person who has a driver's license.
I think that's apples and oranges.
Okay, well.
What would you like to do?
Well, I'm just saying, to me, I'm sorry to make a big deal out of this, but to me, it's something that I think that, the police don't even enforce the helmet laws. I think it's something that Hollister, growing up, my daughter grew up in Santa Cruz County, and you couldn't ride anything without a helmet. They really enforced it. And I come here and to see our children, it's not enforced, and I think it's something that our CHP and police should enforce, and they don't.
And maybe this new law will provide education. Like, I can see it being like every school has a assembly.
Sure.
Where they present these safety.
Yeah, the police have the police.
Well, it sounds like it's Highway Patrol.
Yeah.
That's responsible for it. So I think that for this, we're just approving the changes to the board policy and ARs. So
I think my only concern is that I know we were trying to catch up, so we were behind.
Yes.
So, because we spent a year not really doing anything.
Correct.
So I know there was a lot. So are we still behind, or are we caught up? And per se, as of today, if we wanted to do a second reading to bring these back next month, we could do that if we're up to date.
You're not up to date. This is the quarter ended December 22. And I would not recommend, I don't mean to say don't do it, because there's a lot in here.
Yeah.
But we are now gonna be on the cycle where you'll start seeing them quarterly. The next set that is scheduled to come through in November is half the size of this.
Okay.
So we could do 2 sets, one for second reading and one for first reading, if that's the board's choice.
I mean, I went through, I made my, comments on there, but, so, because there was a lot. There was so much. And even with this one, we're supposed to do walking school buses. I know we talked about it, superintendent ago, but it was just, did that ever, so, and there's timelines and there's reports that need to, with all this new changes, that I just want to make sure that we know what we're adopting and that we're in understanding that these reports and things have to come through now that we make changes to all of these. We have to understand what we're imposing and what's being expected of us to maintain this understanding and policies, and reports and on an annual basis or whatever, however the district, because I know I asked that question. So are we going to get a calendar so we know what new changes we were just going to make and how that impacts our district in that manner?
That's a great question. And when a new report is implemented due to a policy change or due to a new law, we could add it to the governance calendar. Because that governance calendar is supposed to be flexible and fluid.
Right.
So anything that requires a report that's annual or quarterly to the board, for example, a transportation report, then we can discuss all the different ways that we have a safe route to school program.
Right.
I think that things that are like this, that are safety, I mean, we just can't mess around. We really need to make sure that everybody's on top of it and that we're dealing with things that we are sure, because we have to do our due diligence. It's the most important thing that we do, is to make sure that our children and our staff are safe.
Absolutely.
So to me, it's number one priority.
So I think we're talking about adoption of policy and implementation of policy.
Yes, two separate things.
Two separate things, and it's the superintendent's job to implement the policy.
Right.
So I'm saying is, if all of these updates have been vetted through the new laws and everything, and it's our, I wouldn't want to change anything that's already been vetted and approved, and the School Board Association is recommending that we do this.
Not all language applies to us. So there are certain recommendations that I've known in the past that they recommend, but it's got to be applied how it's relevant to Hollister School District. Yeah. But I know you guys have done that based on all the regs.
CSBA makes the recommendations, and then we do a side-by-side to make the changes so that you're aware of what's coming out and what's going in. It makes it very obvious.
But I would think, to me, it's really hard when they come up with this stuff just to keep abreast of it.
That's why we're so grateful that we have CSBA to support us, not
Right.
only in our board agendas, but also in our board policies, because we don't have the capacity to do it ourselves.
I know, that's what I mean, to me, it's just overwhelming.
Sure.
The way I see it.
There's a lot about education.
Yeah.
That's overwhelming, but it's
required.
Yeah, and it's what we do for our kids, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Am I hearing that someone will entertain a motion to approve the board policy and administrative regulation updates for tonight?
Yeah, as long as, I think for me, it's just making sure that we add whatever reports need to be added to our governance calendar so that we don't lose sight of the changes to our board policy.
Then that should probably be included in the motion, right? No? Yes?
Well, she's wrote it down.
Okay. So, but somebody has to say it.
Kim is right, it's her job to
So we're
implement our
talking about, first we're going to approve
Right.
the new policies, then we're going to implement them, and then Erica's gonna report back to
Well, the
the
ones that
board.
need it.
The ones that need
Yes.
it,
Yeah.
right.
Okay,
Yes.
but for this item, it says discussion and approval of board policy and administrative regulation updates. So I need a motion.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
okay, great. Roll call vote, trustee Grist.
Yes,
Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
Trustee Toasty.
Aye.
Trustee Marks is aye, so it's 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
And item 15B is discussion and action on review and approval of the monthly financial report.
I'm back. You haven't seen one of these since June.
Right.
And actually, the last time you actually saw a financial report would have been our unaudited actuals that were presented in September.
Right.
So now you're seeing what's going on for the current year. And as a reminder of what we show you is we give you unrestricted and restricted. In the far left numerical column, adopted budget, that is what we adopted. Budget adjustments are year-to-date, ins and outs. And then the current budget is as of the end of September when I pulled this report. Then you can see what the actual income and expenses have been during this period, the first 3 months of the calendar, or the fiscal year, not the school year, because we start about a month and a half into the fiscal year.
Right.
And then we'll talk about fund balances.
Okay.
So as you're looking at unrestricted, up in the upper left-hand corner will tell you, even though there's a lead sheet, that you are looking at the board unrestricted. Okay?
Yep.
So to date, we have made $1,189,000 worth of changes, additions to the expense budget. And I will ask you to recall when we did our unallocated actuals, and we had more than $2 million of LCAP fall out.
Yeah.
And our LCAP funding, as far as we know, we are still gathering up all of our unduplicated pupil count. There's a concerted effort going on right now, but our unduplicated pupil percentage is going down. And so we backfilled that with carryover. This is LCAP. We reserved it in the fund balance, knowing that it was a pseudo-categorical. There's also been a small $10,000 increase in local revenues, and that has to do with money that the district fronts for ASB, and then ASB pays us back. And it needs a budget in order for that budget line to actually function. So if we roll over to our balance sheet, our fund reconciliation, which would be the next sheet. No. Moving or not, or am I moving? There. Okay, so that's the unrestricted. And at this point, we are getting ready for first interim. We will start to reverse our receivables for anything that's been received, and a lot of it's been received. We'll be doing reversals of receivables and reversals of payables and balancing things out for our first interim report. First interim ends next week, October 31st. So this is just a snapshot of where our assets and our liabilities are. And more importantly for the board, this one is particular tonight, is where's our fund balance? We ended up the year, last year, with $10 million worth of fund balance in total. In that $10 million was over $2 million of LCAP, and there was a little bit of lottery money. And then we did a reservation out of that fund balance for the increase in the transportation contract. That increase in the transportation contract can be seen up in our expenditures. But at the time that we adopted that contract, we found money that we went, I don't know if we're going to be able to spend it all, and we need to get this contract going so that we can have transportation on the first day of school. And so we made a budget adjustment from available budgets. We'll go back and reverse that and get that to come out of the fund balance. So Our goal this year is to live within our budget. If Jan needs more money, I'm probably gonna be taking it from Liz.
Okay.
Or however that works. I'm not gonna be going out to the crowd and saying, okay, I'm taking up a collection. We are stressing that with all of our school sites. We are stressing that with all of our departments. We are stressing that with all of our programs. If you come with a great idea, my answer is going to be annoying, but it's going to be, okay, well, what are you going to reduce in order to do that? Right? We're changing the mindset, and I will tell you that those that we're working with are taking it really well. They understand. So all of your staff that's out there is working really well.
Okay, my question is on the very first page, where it says that, I think this is where we have spent, for, you know how you said, look up, see what you have spent for, to figure out where you're at?
On the far right-hand side, the percentages.
Yes. So am I right to look at, and should it be 20% that I'm looking at, 19? I'm on the first page.
20%.
Okay, so there, 5 times 2 is 100, right? So we have spent 20. Well, the 3 months, right? So
a month and a half, actually.
Oh, so
if you think about this, is the end of September.
Oh, you don't count July.
There's not many people that work.
There's not a lot of
I was
school
thinking we're okay.
expenditures that happen at that time.
So I'm thinking we're okay?
I think that we're really good. Now,
Okay.
by the time you see the next one, you're gonna see expenses go up higher.
Okay, but I just want to make sure I was reading.
You are, I believe you are.
Okay.
Now, what you don't see here is you don't see our purchase orders because this report doesn't show purchase orders or encumbrances, but we haven't actually written a check for that. Okay?
But
This is
next
showing
month
what
it'll
we've actually.
show expenditures.
As
Okay.
those invoices come in, they're gonna show up in this income and expense column to say,
Right.
we've actually written a check for that. Likewise, your income up at the top, that's money that's actually come into the district. So you can kind of pace where it is. So yes, I think that we're doing pretty good. The largest chunk of our money comes in from those revenue limit sources, our LCFF. And it comes in on a schedule that's 5%, 5%, 9%, 9%, 9%, and then it does something wacky in the springtime to balance everything out once they've got our enrollment in LP1. The total revenue actually collected by September was 14%. The total expenditures were 19%.
Right.
That's not unusual for this time of year. And if you go down to other financing sources and uses, we haven't done a whole lot with that yet. We haven't made any contributions to other programs. We haven't paid the county office for anything. We do those on a periodic basis, usually first interim, second interim. So we don't do those on a monthly basis or a weekly basis. So those are looked at periodically, so we know what's going on.
And any word from Sacramento, how they're feeling about their taxes?
It was interesting. They extended the deadline.
Another month, right?
Another month.
Now it's November 17th.
So I don't know if they feel anything. They just keep pushing it down, and they did it at the very last minute.
Why?
I don't know.
Okay.
So if we're all right on that page, going back to fund balance, the major change to fund balance has been the application of LCAP funds. And then we can move on to our restricted, which is our categoricals. It's a lot more movement in that. Okay, and that's going to have a lot more movement because when we adopt the budget, we adopt a general expense for things that we know are going to happen, and as the year gets started, school sites decide they're going to spend more money on their Title I. We're going to reverse some payables. We're going to reverse deferred revenue. Some types of money do not fall to fund balance, and they get held until we get them into next year and we actually earn those funds. And so that's where some of this revenue comes in. That's happening up here in the revenue section. Also, we'll make adjustments for revenues that we thought were going to be higher, but we spent it in last year. So, for instance, some of our ESSER funds, we didn't think we were going to spend all of them by year end. So we estimated our carryover to be higher and that we would spend those funds this year. But in order to make sure that we were in a really good place and not lose any of those one-time funds, we accelerated some payments last year, and so it gets adjusted. It's from one year to another. Those are always going to be one-time funds, and so it's just a matter of which year they were in. So we've made those kinds of adjustments as the year has closed, and we start looking at those. Okay. What you can expect to see as we go forward is you can expect to see that these revenues will become higher again as we finish making adjustments for all of the deferred revenues from last year. You can expect that some of these expenses will change as budgets are put in for those additional revenues, if we actually can establish those. You can expect to see, you have an item later on tonight that's going to spend nearly $5 million. You can expect to see a jump in $5 million down in the middle of that page once the board does what the board's going to do. And so that's going to be a use of funds. Those funds are sitting in fund balance right now, and they're going to be used. Categoricals, when you use those funds and you create what looks like deficit spending, that's not a bad thing, because you are spending those funds. And those funds were always intended to be spent. They weren't necessarily spent in the year that they were earned, but as we go through and spend them, and as I'm looking at things going into a second year of your financial cycle, we have done a lot to make sure that we are spending this year's money on this year's kids, and looking at some of those carryovers and saying, you know, we just forgot that that was there. So we were always out there, that's me and the staff that I have in the business department, looking at those categoricals to say, what are we doing with this? Somebody's got an idea to do something. Why does it have to come out of unrestricted? It fits into this category. Spend those funds. We have board policy that requires that we spend categorical funds first before we spend unrestricted funds. So we are always looking for those opportunities.
Right.
So you can expect to see these go higher. You can also expect that some of those revenues will change as new information comes out. We'll get, I'm expecting that we'll get a little bit more money potentially from the SELPA. And so our revenues could go up there. Not a whole lot, but we can expect to see some of those. There are a few new grants that are out, so I'm expecting that some of those revenues will go up. They should also have a corresponding increase in expenditures at that time as well.
Good deal.
So in this one, we've actually received 8% of those funds. That is also not unusual. Our federal grants pay us on a very drawn-out schedule. The state pays us on a monthly basis. The federal will pay us in October, and then maybe they'll turn around and pay us in January, and then maybe again in May. The fact that we've got a pause, if you will, a continuing resolution on the federal budget just means that it just pushes that down the line a little bit. It may be a little bit more of a delay, but eventually they'll end up paying for us, everything that we're due. Okay. And then if you go down to the fund balance there, you can see that there's $4 million worth of use of fund balance in those categorical programs, but they still have some pretty large balances. Any questions? Okay.
Do we need to approve this report?
We don't need to
Yeah,
approve.
review and approval of
You
the
have
financial report,
Okay.
yes. So I make a motion that we approve the financial report for September 30th, 2023.
A second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Marks passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
you're still going to be here?
Be here a while, just one more.
At least one more.
Item 15C is discussion and action on approval of AB 1200, public disclosure of collective bargaining agreement for Hollister Elementary School Teachers Association.
So the law requires that we present the financial impact of any collectively bargained agreement. You've seen this a couple of times. This is probably the single largest one you've seen in a bit. And it is different from the way I would normally do it because I felt that this was more informative to present it this way. And I'm talking about this first page. Typically what you would see is the total cost of the first year increase in column 1, and then what that impact would be for next year in column 2, and then what that impact for the following year would be in column 3. That is not as informative because there are so many moving parts in this. So let me walk you through what you've got here. Because we have a retro that goes back into last year, we have an impact that hits last year. If those salaries are increased, we also have that same impact, assuming nothing else changes, in this year. So now you've got it twice. You have the impact in last year, and then we're showing you the 2023 impact on 23-24 in another column. And then we've got what is the impact of the increase for the current year. Now, in doing that, sometimes the numbers worked out the way it actually says, and sometimes they don't, and that's really just a function of the math, because we're applying these numbers to the people that we have. Some people from last year weren't here all year, some people from this year, you know, have started late. We're not really a full year so that it would blend itself out and become more of that 6 and 4 that you'll see. Also, as you go down to the very bottom where it gives you the average increase, that's going to be all over the place because some of these things are subject to certain employment taxes, specifically STRS, and some of them are not. So those numbers are going to be skewed a little bit. Other compensation, that is going to be skewed because not everybody worked that extra time. So it's based on who worked that extra time and how much they got paid. So in total, the impact of the 6% going back to last year was $2,236,297. And then because there's a lot of one-time payments that are done there that are not specifically linked to the salary schedule. And those are those other compensation and those hourlies and the 1% off schedule. The impact of that salary schedule coming into this year, if we did nothing else, would be $1.8 million. And then on top of that, we have a 4% on this year that comes out to about $1.4 million. So the cumulative of all of this, the compounded of all of this, is about 10.3%. Because 1% on top of another percent gives you a larger percent, you don't just add them together.
Right.
Okay? So as we look at these things, the 22-23 comes out of fund balance because we have crossed into another year. It always was going to come out of fund balance anyway. That's where the previous bargaining units, that's where theirs came out of, was fund balance. Right. The 1% is coming out of one-time categorical funds. That's where it came out of with the other bargaining units. So that's going to be applied to one-time categorical funds. And then the impact of the 23-24, the compoundedness of that comes out of the current year. Okay? So if you can read the verbiage, but if you go down to the 4th page, unrestricted general fund, page 4, the page 4 is up in the upper left-hand corner. You can see what we're presenting tonight with the board-approved adopted budget, the costs that are going to hit each one of those categories, and you can see that we have made certain adjustments within our budget. We still have room within our budget. Some of those budgets were allowed to stay at higher rates because we could be spending them. We're kind of in a rebound, and we didn't completely gut budgets coming into this year. So in order to effectuate the increase that hits this year, we're making adjustments to our current budget. I think that we can do that. I also think that once the dust settles on the number of students that we actually have to CalPADS, the unduplicated pupil count, there will be additional revenues as well. Those are not reflected in here. We're going to wait until we know what those numbers are. I'm not going to bet on in advance of money coming in for this to happen. Now, in column 3, other revisions, later on in the agenda tonight, you also have an increase to the salary schedule for administrative management confidential employees. They are reflected in other.
Okay.
Okay? Because those are the ones based on the tradition and the direction of the board. What's good for one is good for the other.
You betcha.
And so I went ahead and did that math so that you could see that,
Right.
and so that you don't have just part of the information, but not all of the information. So we've got about a $3 million hit to our fund balance in unrestricted in order to accommodate this. You'll also notice that there's no increase in contributions.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, normally, as we did a salary schedule increase, that would affect all of our teachers. That would also affect our special ed teachers. But I'll recall for you that when we did our unaudited actuals, we had more money budgeted in contributions than we actually needed to make. Now, that happened, our closing happened 2.5, 3 months after this budget was adopted. So this budget was adopted with that higher contribution. Now, special ed costs are never going to go down, they're always going up, but I believe that the impact to them can probably be absorbed easily in the amount of money that we didn't have to make a contribution for last year. That's why you don't see a contribution coming from unrestricted into restricted, because of that thing that happened.
In restricted to come.
That makes sense? Okay. So if you scroll down to page 4B, you can see the impact on categorical programs. Now, we have teachers that are, of course, in special ed. We also have teachers that are in Title I. We also have some teachers that are in some very few particular programs that are not either one of those two because of special funding. And including on the other side, in that other revisions, we have some management that's covered with budgets that would include the ELOP program, for example, since we heard from them tonight, the community schools program, since we heard from them tonight. So those are reflected in here, and those will all come from their fund balance. Okay. On page 4C, it's combined. You add 4A to 4B, you get 4C. And I really want to bring your attention to 5, which is the multi-year. So this multi-year assumes that, as we've talked before, we resolve our issue with any staff that's paid for from one-time ESSER funds. But right now, they're in the unrestricted general fund. We've been presenting it that way for a year so that we don't lose track of that. It includes step and column for all groups, because regardless of what we do with the group that's not represented in any of this math tonight, they have step moves that they have. So we always project that for our multi-years. We are projecting in here that our enrollment will stay the same, that our unduplicated pupil count will go down by the percentage that we're expecting, and that we're not going to be accelerating any estimates on enrollment until we've got them. Now, I know that the superintendent gave you a number this evening. I think it's probably a pretty good number, but until we certify CBEDS, you're probably not going to see that number reflected in financials. We're taking a very conservative approach on this. And also, we've got a full push on reaching out to every parent in this district to make sure that we have information relating to their income and whether or not they are part of our unduplicated pupil count from the socioeconomically disadvantaged standpoint.
Do we know when the Rebecca home will be opened up again? It's going to open where Chamberlain's used to be.
Yes, we had a staff member just take a tour last week, I believe. It will not be a non-public residential place. It won't be where children are staying there. It will be providing services during the day, wraparound services.
Okay, all right. So we won't have that. Those children will not be going to our schools.
Well, the children might be already enrolled in our schools, and they will be going onto that campus to receive services with their family, potentially.
And I appreciate that.
But you're serious about what we're bringing in is what we're spending.
Yes.
We're slightly over by 228. Right?
Slightly over.
Yeah.
And we have to be serious. We've had discussions, the board has had discussions amongst itself. You don't want to go back to where you were. And so the next step in that, just as a reminder of what's going on in budgets, is we budget blocked requisitions July 3rd. So unlike last year, when we did it after I came in, because that wasn't the thing, we budget blocked July 3rd. Then we looked at budgets for anybody who had put in requisitions that were bigger than their budgets, and we rolled back those requisitions. We're serious about this. If you want to spend money and you don't have money in category A, you need to tell us how you're going to pay for it. And we've got some very creative people, and it's not a, well, call me later. It's a, well, what can we do? Does it fit here? Does it fit there? What do you think about that? What's your plan for here? So we work on it in a collaborative manner. But with the school sites, they get it, they understand.
Yeah.
You know, they're always calling in, move money from here to here, but as long as they've got it, they've got the ability to move it. All right, going to page 6, it shows our fund balance. That's a fund balance after the designation for economic uncertainty.
I'm sorry, that's a fund balance after what?
After our designation for economic uncertainties. So we've got our state 3%, and then we've got a little bit more.
Okay.
It is not the board's 10%. And I will remind you that when we did our unaudited actuals, that was a snapshot in time of what actually happened. And yes, we had slightly more than 10%. And now what we've got is we have spending authority, which will probably not all be spent, but that spending authority brings our fund balance down. Okay, but we're watching it. So with that, I would request that the board approve the AB 1200 for HESTA, unless there's any other questions that I didn't answer.
So just, we're at 7% reserve for 2022-23 and 6% for 22-24 and 6% for 24-25.
If I may rephrase,
yes,
about 7% for 23-24, the current year, and 6% for the 2 out years, 24-25 and 25-26.
Okay.
That's what we're projecting right now.
Okay. All right. No, I will. I'll make a motion that we accept AB 1200 for HESTA. Let's see. We accept AB 1200 public disclosure of collective bargaining agreement for HESTA.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee
Aye.
Gross? Okay, Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Jonesy?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay. Item 15D is a discussion and action on approval of revised salary schedule for Hollister Administrative Leadership Group.
So as we discussed earlier, the board has deemed what's good for one is good for all. And so the only thing that's in here, because Howard is not an actual union, is the updated salary schedules. And they've been updated for 4%. They had 6% last year, and now they have 4% for the current year.
Question, because I looked compared to what was online, and I see there's the director for classified was 240 days. Now it says 260 days. So I'm just wondering, and there's some that are no longer there, that's on the new schedule. So how was that change, or when was that change made?
Great questions. So we have some positions that no longer are within the district. So our salary schedules throughout the years, as we have adopted a salary increase for this particular group that includes the directors, the principals, coordinators, assistant principals, and so on, we have updated. Prior to this salary schedule, the HALG salary schedule, I'll call it HALG, the Hollister Administrative Leadership Group, was printed with a salary schedule of 240 days. We know that in the classified realm, a full year of work is 260 days. So we're not asking our directors to work more or less. We're correcting a printed number, a digit on a salary schedule. So the classified directors have been 260 days. When they have vacation that they're able to take, that allows for them to have less work days, but their whole year of service is 260 days. We have had different talks or different leadership handbooks that have been adopted throughout the years. Under maybe 3 superintendents ago, it was 260, maybe two superintendents ago, it was 247 days plus 13 days holidays plus, so what we're doing is we're trying to streamline so that it is absolutely clear. Both Beth and I met with all of the classified directors just to talk about the specific point that the previous salary schedule was printed as 240. We're not asking them to work more. We're just fixing that digit. It should be 260 to reflect that they are full-time employees. They do get vacation because they, under the law, are awarded vacation.
But vacation isn't a part of my calendar. My vacation days are my vacation days. It's not part of my work calendar.
But as
per
a
se.
full-time classified employee,
It is.
vacation days are part of your work year.
Mm-hmm.
And those are days when you're gonna get paid, but you don't have to be here.
Well, it's like sick leave, but it
Well,
doesn't.
it's sort of, this actually accrues and has an actual value to it.
Mhm.
Right,
And so,
but you can only keep so much vacation on the books as well. You can't go past 4 weeks or 6 weeks, whatever it is that you can maintain per year. Because otherwise, if you don't use it, you lose it, is my understanding.
Not for this particular group. There has never been anything in the management handbook that says that they lose their vacation. Someone can be here for 20 years, and if they are a classified director, when they walk and they separate themselves from the district, they will be paid out that vacation.
Who's a classified director? Who is that?
So we have the director of human resources, director of student nutrition, a director of technology,
director of,
IT,
maintenance,
director.
IT.
But the philosophy of just our last online report is different than what I'm looking at right now.
Yes, because that number has been corrected to reflect that they're full-time, 260 days, and they accrue vacation.
So is that across the board for all of the
That-
positions? All
That
the
was
positions?
the one error that we wanted to make sure that we corrected as far as the number of days. So they're not asked to work more, they're not asked to work less. We are accurately reflecting the number of days in their work year. They have always been 260 days. Mhm.
And there are some positions that are less than that.
Yes, it depends on the position.
215 director.
We don't, that is there, but we don't have a 215. Oh, that's certificated.
It's a certificate.
Certificated. They have non-work days.
Right.
Mhm.
Because certificated don't accrue vacation.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
It should say certificated there for people like me who don't know what you're talking about.
So,
Yeah, okay. So I wanted
checking.
to, yeah, to understand the changes, right, to and the cells, so all the cells basically went up by the 4%.
Yes, they did. And what we did is we tried to simplify this because there was a lot of stuff on the other one showing daily rates. The daily rates are still there, you just don't see them. We also looked at which positions are we not filling right now that we're not using. There was a principal one for TK5. Well, we don't have TK5 principals on that schedule, on that range and salary schedule. All of our principals are on the one TK. And so we just collapsed it. They're not gone, you just don't see them.
But the middle school principals used to work more days.
Now they're all 210. I don't know what they might have used to have worked.
Yes, I think they worked. The middle school teachers, principals used to work either 215 or 220.
I don't have that information.
And they were paid more.
On the spreadsheets.
I know, but they were paid more as well, because they were working more days, and now that we went to TK, it's different paid, it's a whole different animal.
So at, under previous administration, we've had an MOU that passed that gave furloughs to administrators and also reduced the work year. So that is also captured in the history of these cells. So that's why there's less days for the certificated, for example, principals. I know that we're coming up against a timeline. So it's 10:02.
Yep.
I'll take a piece of
What is the time? It's 10:30.
Okay, the timeline being 10:30.
Is it 10:30
It's
or
in our
10?
advantage, to our advantage to expedite this
Yes.
as much as we can. So 15D, discussion and action on approval of revised salary schedule for HALG. Would somebody like to make a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion that we accept the salary schedule for Hollister Administrative Leadership Group.
I second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez? Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
And Trustee Marks is an aye, passes 5-0. I do this for the people listening at home who may not see us. So, let's see. Okay, great. 15F, Hollister School District initial sunshine proposal to Classified School Employees Association, Chapter 625. Ms. Sanchez?
Yes. So tonight we are presenting a initial proposal. It's called a Sunshine Proposal to help meet the requirements of a specific government code. What we would like to do is, since we have finalized the agreement with our teachers union and we just approved it, we would like to engage in the negotiations process for the 23-24 school year for our classified unit, to engage and have the possibility to talk about compensation with them. That way, all of the bargaining units will be on the same page. So I present to you the Sunshine Proposal.
Okay. So, is there any discussion? Okay, would someone like to do a motion to approve the sunshine as proposed?
So
Second?
Okay, great. Roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Marks, passes 5-0. Next item, discussion and approval of annual declaration of need for fully qualified educators for 23-24 school year.
Good evening, everyone. Is this on?
No, it doesn't sound like
We
it.
can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay.
teacher voice.
All right. Yes, I do love teachers, right?
Yes.
So this item that we're discussing for approval is called the Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educators for the 23-24 school year. The Declaration of Need is a required document that we request of the Commission on Teacher Credentialing with the state of California every year in order for the district to hire teachers on emergency teaching permits that include provisional internship permits and limited assignment permits in the event that we cannot hire fully credentialed teachers for the school year. We can also utilize a declaration of need for teachers who are working towards their English learner authorization while clearing their credential as well. On the document, we also include an estimate of the number of emergency permits that we'll need for the year. And also one of the requirements is that we show diligent effort has been made to secure credentialed teachers. So those efforts include for us job postings that we've shared internally and externally since January 2023 for certificated vacancies with prospective applicants. We also provide information to the CTC regarding recruitment events that we participated in. We also provide copies of correspondence between HSD and university career centers in the surrounding area that have credential programs in place. We share online job board postings with the CTC. We provide social media platform posting, proof to the CTC, HSD website postings to the CTC, etc. All of our recruitment efforts we send to the CTC. So again, this is a standard annual document that we request, and once approved tonight, we can continue to utilize this option as we keep searching and growing credentialed and qualified teachers for HSD, especially those who are currently on emergency permits who work with us, who are trying to finish the requirements in their credential programs to move on to earn their preliminary credentials. Any questions?
Any questions, any discussion? Okay, someone like to make a motion to approve the annual declaration of need for fully qualified educators?
So moved.
Okay.
Second?
Okay. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Tosti?
Aye.
Trustee Marks? Is it aye, passes 5-0?
Thank you.
Thank you. 15H is a discussion and approval of the contract with Kaya for the construction of cubes for the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program.
Mr. Bezetta,
Here I am again. Hello.
why is Kaya always last on a very late night?
They like hanging out late at night, I guess. Yeah. Is that who that is back there? I didn't notice.
You didn't have anything better to do tonight, did you?
I think we want to put them up on the agenda earlier. We want them to be our friends.
So if Dr. Myers were Mrs. Claus,
Halloween costume.
and she were the giver of the gifts, I am the little elf that puts it together and gives it to her to present it to people. So
Nice.
here we are. This is talking about these cubes. So this is the second time I'm going to mention portables, right? We are not going to build a portable here in the district at 3 of our school sites. This is a permanent building. This is a 32 by 40, 986 square foot classroom, and it's a 100-year building. So if I live to be 145 years old, I will not see this building in the state that it'll be in 100 years if the board so moves to approve this action item this evening. These are permanent buildings. We're looking to build these structures over at Calaveras, over at Sunny Slope, and over at Lad Lane Schools. So what you see here on the televisions here, you see a presentation, a slide of the building placement over at Calaveras. If pointing up is northward, right, north, we're looking at the southwest corner footprint of that campus site.
Where's the door facing? The field?
The door is facing towards the east, if you will. Actually, excuse me, towards the north. The north.
Isn't there a
Do you see
cargo?
it? Do you have this?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's facing north. So basically what we have is we have a building, 986 square foot building with bathrooms attached to it, with a storage area, as well as a data electrical room, which is also going to serve as a fire riser, fire suppression system feeder room, if you will.
Flip it 180.
Because I see where the bathroom.
It's fading up.
all
It's facing
that are
upward.
on
It's
the-
facing north.
yeah.
Yes,
Facing
it's
up.
north facing.
Okay.
Facing. It's facing the other building, if you will.
Got it. Okay, the back of the portable.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
No portable.
No, it's facing the back of the portable.
Right.
Portable, yeah.
Right, so this site is projected to eventually, if the board is so moved to approve as we go throughout the years here, it'll accommodate 4 of these buildings at that location. Actually, it'll accommodate, I think, 5 of them. If you look there at the size of
Hence
this
the
building and the
blue.
placement that it's
Yes.
in, right?
Yeah.
So if we, so yeah.
One more.
So that's Calaveras. I'll go ahead and move on because you're going to see a lot of the same
Yeah,
stuff
Lad
here. To Lad Lane. Lad Lane's the next one. Lad Lane here, is it? Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Lad Lane, you'll see,
So sorry.
you'll see the placement of that building, the footprint where that building will be located on also the southwest corner, if you will near the bus loop there. Yeah, so that door would also be facing the portables, the building that's there as well. So again, I need to mention, these buildings have bathrooms, right? These buildings have a storage area, and then you can configure the inside of these buildings any way we desire, right? Any kind of built-in cabinetry, any kind of that. So we'll get to that slide as well. So this is just the location of where these buildings would go, or be proposed, the proposal for the location of these buildings. We move on to Sunny Slope here. Sunny Slope, you see where that other building would go, a little bit of a different placement there. That is more central on the western side of the site there, where the staff lounge is. You see the new staff lounge, the modern staff lounge that was built, and you see the actual fire lane that's there. The building is would go there, and the door would be facing westward.
Towards the parking lot.
Towards the parking lot.
The orange is where the others would be put?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And it looks like they'll be smaller?
Nope, they'll all be the same size.
Oh, because it doesn't
They'll
take-
just be
yeah.
facing a different way. So
Sure.
you'll actually have the door, the entrance to those buildings would be facing north, right?
Got
They'd be
it.
Facing that way.
Good.
Yeah.
Will they be connected eventually? Like, can a student just go that way or?
No.
No.
Okay.
So they're separate units.
They're separate
not,
units.
Not like
Yeah.
some of
I
the
think we
portables
can
that
actually
we
have
like.
a unit that's not connected, right? If we desire that. But I think they're all separate buildings the way that it's proposed here. Yeah.
Because just because these have bathrooms doesn't mean if we add more that they would all need
No,
bathrooms.
The
no,
only
it would be on an
advantage-
end unit.
The only
They would be on the end.
advantage is if the overhang in rainy days, kids don't get the same.
So if we move on to the building design, which is the next slide here, you're able to see what a potential building design perspective view would be if we decided to go with the roll-up garage door with the windows. This isn't something that we have to do.
Right.
This can be windows, it can be a solid wall, it can be whatever we want. But this is pretty much what we would get based on the rendering that we see here. Moving on to also building design floor plans. So if you look at the floor plans, you see a larger view, of the size of the classroom, the restrooms back to back, and storage, data, electrical room there. So again, it's a 986 square foot standard, 32 by 40 classroom. So it's pretty large.
Yeah, nice.
Pretty large. Moving on to the next slide, building design here. Still, you see different elevations of the building. You see each of the sides. So again, this is just a rendering. It's an option. This can be changed. So this isn't set in stone here. Next slide.
When do we see prices?
What's that?
When do we see prices?
Oh, you'll see prices. Yeah, it's all there.
Oh my gosh, are you seriously?
Oh,
What
okay,
is
I
this?
saw
that.
So then here you see the building design, the interior, you see what it would look like with the roll-up door option, with the built-in cabinets. There's sink in there, for washing hands and other stuff. So they can be, the configuration can be changed, and it could be pretty much whatever we want to make it, based on the need. Right? So that's these two last slides that you'll see.
Right.
And now, questions.
How do they connect with heating and cooling?
How do they connect with
Well,
heating?
because you know how we have the other classrooms.
Like the
and
bar
kind of-
units on the outsides
Yeah.
and stuff, yeah, it'll be a central type of a heating
So its own
system.
Its own system.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So when we did the pre-construction, right, for each one of these buildings, because we had to start there, which led to the design, which then eventually got us to where we are here, right, with this report. So we found that we were able to connect to existing utilities, of course, because there's no other way to do it. So all of that was included in the pre-con services and determined. So that's how we were able to get to this point and actually show the board what we're showing today.
Right.
So, yeah.
So I know we were informed that the cost will include the prep work for additional units to be put on, so we're not having to dig up and do more connections. It's already,
Yeah, the infrastructure will be included.
okay.
And
Like if we wanted to pop 3 more down.
correct.
We wouldn't have to, it
It
would
makes
just be,
it makes most sense to do
yeah,
it that way.
to do it now.
I need to also add that we are going to put fire suppression systems in these units, right? So fire sprinklers.
It's required, isn't it?
It is. I mean, it's required by the district.
I think it's required by the state.
Well, yeah, codes change and things change,
Because
but
I have a new home and it was required.
yeah, all the residential homes are having them, and it's whether or not it's a requirement or not, I think we've all
Smart.
agreed that we're putting fire suppression systems in
That's
these
smart,
units.
yeah.
It helps with insurance, it helps with life safety, all that stuff, right? So, that makes sense to do.
So the storefront window system is 30 grand. Wait, I'm looking at this spreadsheet.
Probably. I don't know that that's true, I haven't seen the light on, but, yeah.
Okay, when do we have to, I know this is a proposal for tonight and approval, with the contract, so with the changes to design are
how does that work?
within.
What's the timing on that?
So what we have presented to the board is a option and contracts for each of the CUBE buildings that we as a team have met, and that we are in collaborative spirit saying that this would best benefit the ELOP program. We have student activities that they're going to have rolling carts, they have art carts, they're going to have different things. And we have looked at how we can best use these funds before they expire to bring something that will last in the district. So tonight we have these 3 proposals for the cubes at Calaveras, R.O. Hardin, and, excuse me, not R.O. Hardin.
Calaveras,
Scratch.
Lad Lane, and Sunny
Yes,
Slope.
Lad Lane, Sunny Slope. Thank you for your consideration tonight, which includes everything that is already pre-approved by the state. That is part of that CMAS process that we went through earlier in the school year, to allow for us to skip a lot of the different steps that are involved in school construction.
And once we approve it, how fast do we get started?
Immediately.
So the permits are already done, I mean, we don't have to get any.
It goes through DSA pre-check.
Oh.
So Division of State Architect, these are pre-check buildings. So
What about the city and the county?
building on our school sites.
So we're running tight. We still have a few more items and it's 10.
Yeah.
You guys have any 10:19. Does anybody else have any questions?
I think it's great.
Yeah.
Okay, I will move that we approve the contract with Kaya for the construction of cubes for the expanded learning opportunity program.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez? Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Marks is an aye, passes 5-0. Thank you. Now we have discussion and approval of contract with Kaya to repair shade structure at Rancho San Justo.
Okay, so I have pictures. Check out the pictures. I think it's item I, correct? So if you see the first page, you'll see 2 pages, which the first is the shade structure over at Rancho San Justo School. You'll see one of the actual parts of material that's missing because it was so dilapidated we had to remove it.
Yeah.
And if you see picture number 2, you will see where the others are just about ready to fade, right?
Oh, yeah.
So our goal is to make sure that that doesn't happen, and to, in order to do that, the district needs the board's approval in order to move forward with replacing that material on that very large structure.
Okay.
That's it in a nutshell. Yes, ma'am.
Could you replace it with a lighter color? I've been at Rancho underneath that in the winter and it's freezing cold.
If you want a lighter color, we'll give you a lighter.
Thank you. I'll take it.
Lighter color actually wouldn't be as cold?
No, actually, you want a darker color if you want it to be warm.
No, it's just that there needs some diffused lighting to come through, sunshine to come through.
It will be a different material, so it'll be probably similar to what's, say, for instance, at Lakeland.
But the objective is to protect from the rain.
Correct.
Okay.
Any
Can I
other
get a
questions?
motion to, any other questions and or comments or, okay, discussion, okay. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve contract with Kaya to repair shade structure at Rancho San Justo.
And how about Jay? Can you do it? Let's say
No.
Okay.
I'll second. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Marks, motion passes 5-0. Now we're at 15J, for
Lad
approval
Lane.
of contract with Kaya to repair the shade structure at Lad Lane.
Item J, what you'll see there is, I think, another 2, maybe 3 pictures, okay? So you see the actual shade structures at Lad Lane. There's one that's gone that had to be removed because it was so dilapidated, right? There's another one that's pretty much gonna fail within probably the next season, right, of winter. And there's another 2 that are about pretty close to that. So it makes sense to replace all 4,
Absolutely.
right? Make them all new. So that's exactly what you see there.
Okay.
I make a motion that we approve the repair shade structure at Lad Lane.
Second.
Okay. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Marks is aye, passes 5-0. Item 15K is discussion and approval of contract with Kaya to provide paint services at Rancho San Justo.
Item K is probably the most explanatory of all of them, right? So you see the paint on the outside of the gym there, it's chipping, it's peeling, it's cracking, it's gonna be gone here in the next season and get even worse if we extend it through the following season, the next year of winter. So the exterior part of the gym is not gonna be painted completely, it's gonna be those particular areas that are gonna be pressure washed, that are gonna be scraped and sanded. Paint's gonna be removed, we're gonna put primer, we're gonna put paint on it. You see the areas where there's, I call them the awnings, if you will, which is the kind of burgundy, maroonish colored awnings that are also painting, their paint is peeling, chipping off. That also is gonna get done, and we're gonna refinish all the doors on the gym to make it pop because they need it as well. So it needs a new coat of paint,
Right.
and that's the idea here. Yes, ma'am.
So, I know one of the things that we've been criticized for is using flat paint on buildings, and because of cost, but flat paint doesn't last. It doesn't, we're in a school environment where we need to have things last as long as we can if we're gonna make that kind of investment. So quality paint, you know, in a building this large, I don't know what is being thought of.
I don't know if we're gonna wanna we're not gonna put a flat wall paint on there. It'll have a sheen to it.
Okay.
It'll have a sheen to it, which will allow for it to not absorb water, if you
Right.
will, and probably to wipe down. If you notice in your houses, if you have like a satin sheen or an eggshell sheen or a semi-gloss sheen, you'll be able to wipe it down, clean it and stuff, and it just holds up better, right? Especially in the areas where there's water and stuff like that. So absolutely, yes, the quality of paint is gonna be considered 100%.
And yeah, because I don't know how long this paint lasted, because
I don't know
I'd
either.
like it to last
We did
longer
it when we
this
did the
time.
whole remodel.
Yeah.
I know it was part of it wasn't included when we did the whole school paint, but we ended up adding it because it needed it.
Okay.
So it hasn't been very long.
No.
So we're just assuming you're gonna pick a really good, high quality exterior paint.
Primer and paint.
Okay,
Yes, it does
excellent.
say that, but on the paint itself in the bid, it just says apply 2 coats. 2 coats to finish.
2 coats will be primer and paint.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
He knows what we're getting.
yeah. Okay, I'll make a motion that we, provide paint services for Rancho San Justo.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez? Aye. Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
And Trustee Marks is an aye, passes 5-0.
Thank you, Kai, for hanging out with us.
Oh, yeah. And 15L is discussion and approval of contract with Earth Systems.
Yes, Earth Systems, the same Earth Systems that's doing the pre-construction geotechnical engineering, geohazard assessment for our buildings at our schools that I just presented on, would do this for a proposed central kitchen location at the Ladd Lane School property. We have a 7-acre parcel of land over there that we're looking and considering to possibly put Ann's vision and dream a central kitchen there. And so Earth Systems is the company that is proposing to prepare a geotechnical engineering and geologic hazard evaluation update report for the new central kitchen proposed site on the vacant land adjacent to Ladd Lane School. And what this is the purpose of this is to investigate and identify and evaluate the soil and the groundwater conditions at the location selected by the district and to use that information to generate soil engineering recommendations. So they determine earthquake fault, earthquake hazard, water, and other geotechnical things that need to be determined. They do that by basically coring and boring down 50 feet. They pull up a dirt sample, they go take that sample back to the lab, they test it, they make sure that we can put an actual foundation on there, and it's a buildable location for this central kitchen, and then they give us a report on it.
Is there a reason we didn't use Kaya?
This is a geotech service. They don't provide that
They don't
geotech
build.
service. Yeah, this is. Yeah, this
If
is
you want to get
a.
involved in business, that's great.
Yeah, it's still in construction. It's just not their construction. Yeah, it's a different kind of construction.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the cost to do this is coming from where? It was
For grant, I think.
Well, I don't know, that's what I'm asking.
The-
22,900 is being paid out of,
The Student Nutrition Fund.
okay.
Any other questions about Earth Systems, about the testing, about the requirements, about anything?
Nope.
I make a motion that we approve the contract with Earth Systems.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Marks is an aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Now we have item 15M, consideration and action of approval on resolution 13:23/24, compensation for missed meetings. Trustee Grist.
Yes. The next two items are very similar. They are based on our updated board policy for remuneration of trustees. So we are affecting the language that we adopted in a board policy. That's how these items came about. So the board, based on that language, has the ability to consider these two resolutions, or I'll speak specifically to Resolution 13 for compensation for a missed meeting. In the case of Trustee Grist, it was due to illness. And our board policy, the new one, allows for us to take that consideration so that she can get the nominal compensation that goes along with being a board member. So if you have any questions, I'd love to answer them. If not, I'd like to request that you approve that.
I'll make a motion to approve consideration and action of resolution 1323/24.
I'll second it.
Okay, and roll call vote.
Abstain?
Yeah, thank you. Trustee Grist abstain. Trustee Martinez?
Yes.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Marks is an aye, passes 4 ayes and 1 abstention.
Okay. Item N is very similar to item N. Again, this is following the new board policy language. This is in regards to resolution 142324. It is compensation for a missed meeting for trustee Martinez due to hardship. And from here on out, when a trustee is absent, we have the ability to bring these forward because life happens. So if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer. If not, I'd like to request that you consider this for approval.
I make a motion that we accept resolution 13:23.
14.
I'm looking at this.
I know, but that's one.
14.
That's for you.
That's yours.
No.
Well, it was duplicated, it was the same one.
Okay,
copied twice
14,
in the packet.
uh,
Yeah.
23/24. For Elizabeth Martinez.
Second.
Okay. Roll call vote, trustee Grist.
Aye.
Trustee Martinez.
Abstain.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
Trustee Toasty.
Aye.
And trustee Marks is an aye, passes 4 ayes and 1 abstention. Okay. So, any board member reports?
I had a
10:31,
wonderful
do we
time.
extend?
So,
Sorry?
I make a motion that we extend the meeting by 15 minutes.
Okay, I'll second that. And let's do a vote. Trustee Grist.
Aye.
Trustee Martinez.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
Trustee Toasty.
Aye.
Trustee Marks. It passes 5-0. So now, item 16, board member reports.
I just wanted to thank Livia Espinosa for inviting us to tour Oro Hardin on Fairy Tale and Fable Day. It was fabulous. I had so much fun.
I was sad to miss it. I wanted to go.
Yeah.
Bummer. Okay, anybody else?
Well, I attended that as well. It was marvelous. The teachers and the kids, it was really, really fun. We also visited our rancho, San Justo, and it was fun to see the kids. They were engaged, they were on task. The campus was very, very clean. And it's obvious that everybody was doing, it just looked like it was clicking. Yeah, it just looked like it was clicking. It was, didn't it? I thought it was pretty good.
Good job.
Yeah.
Great job.
I did attend the Intergovernmental Council, and they did a big presentation on the animal control. They've hired 2 more people, so they feel that they're getting on the right track to help in that regard. And that the traffic calming measures, they are forming an ad hoc committee within the intergovernmental committee, because there's been so many complaints about the traffic calming. And the third thing is I did ask that we put the landfill on again for on the agenda, that we talk about it again, because there's going to be tomorrow night, the 25th, Friday night, the 27th, and Monday night, the 30th. The planning department is holding hearings to hear from the public about the landfill. And this is the time for the public to speak their mind. And if we don't speak, it's going to happen. And so, it's, there will be a minimum of 188 trucks every day.
Minimum.
Minimum. 7 days a week. So you want to talk about traffic. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. Okay, anything?
Went to Sarah Vista today, the book fair. It was great. If you need a brand new book, I know they're open in the evening on Thursday. Nice.
The only other thing besides going to the ribbon cutting was the mental health first aid, which was excellently presented. I learned a ton. It felt good to meet some of the staff and actually interact with them in that way. And Aliana is just great. So I'm very thankful we have her. That's all I have. All right, so next would be future agenda items. Does anybody have any proposed future agenda items?
Yeah.
I know I would like to, get an update on the charter school. And then also kind of reiterating what Jan had mentioned before about the custodian in the study. Erica had already made that, suggestion. And then, our contract with the city and cleaning the fields or the garbage after events. So just clarifying with our contract what the city's responsibility is and making sure that our folks aren't stuck doing all of that work and cleaning up after the city uses it. Because we're already shorthanded with custodians, and then having that on top of everything else just doesn't seem fair.
I would like to second in on the custodian, if we could use maybe some ELOP funds or somehow the schools that have the big high population of after-school attendance. You know, there's some schools that are very low, but there's some schools that are really high, and try to work it out that way. And I am also would like to see something about the charter school. I think we maybe need to have some, since they have a new boss, we probably should make our presence known.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, so in consideration of those proposed future agenda items, let's do a vote because we have to have a consensus in order to. So Trustee Grist to accept the two or three proposed? Three proposed future agenda items.
Three.
Update on charter school custodian study and follow-up on the contract with the city use agreement.
Okay. Well, I'll vote yes.
Okay, Trustee Martinez? Yes. Okay, Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty, and I'm an aye. Passes 5-0, so those three can be added to our future agenda item list. And then, do we have any announcements / reminders? All right.
When do we get the test scores? Is that going to be the next meeting, or how does that? I know they've been rolling out slowly.
Right.
So, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So those will be coming out. We have preliminary data that is being populated. We're getting that 100% of all of that. We do have access. Teachers have access to their class data now. So we'll do a report once the dashboard is fully populated with all the information that should be later this month or in November.
So can you just send it to us, or?
I can. If
Yeah.
that's what you would prefer.
Well, yeah, I'd like to see it, but, you know.
It's going to be very similar to what was presented last time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we absolutely, we'll go over the dashboard. I have looked at that for, I think November, December presentation.
Yeah.
And that has all of the academics, social, emotional, the climate, all of it.
Our next board meeting's in mid-November. That's a good reminder because it's a short month.
Yeah.
Right. So you might have to spread that out a little bit.
Spread the wealth.
No, but I'm serious. You might have to spread out what we have.
I'm serious.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
A second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we adjourn at 10:40. Thank you, everyone.